Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening. Welcome to the May 18, 2020 zoning meeting of the Charlotte City Council. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Tonight's zoning meeting is being held as a virtual meeting in accordance with the electronic meeting statute. The requirements of notice, access, and minutes are being met through electronic means. The public and the media are able to view this meeting on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, and the city's YouTube page. I'm Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor, and I'd like to have the council members introduce themselves.
Hi, this is Julie Eisel, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large.
We'll go to Mr. Winston.
Mike. I'm Braxton Winston at large.
Mr. Eggleston.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Victoria, District 3.
Evening, Renee Johnson, District 4.
Good evening, everyone. Matt Newton, District 5.
Sark Carges, 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Okay. We begin our meetings with an invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is intended for us. So as we go through our meetings that we pay attention to things that are meaningful. And we are asking Councilmember Driggs to give our invocation. We also recognize that if you do not practice a faith, that we hope that you'll understand, and we will have Mr. Driggs provide our remarks or invocation for the evening.
Thank you, Mayor. If you will, please pray with me. Heavenly Father, these are troubled times for our city and our nation. The COVID-19 virus has taken many lives and greatly disrupted our society. People are out of work and in many cases unable to make ends meet. This hardship has in turn worsened the social tensions that have spilled over into our streets. In these difficult times, give us on council the wisdom to lead wisely and calmly so that our city can navigate the virus safely and begin the work of addressing the issues that citizens have communicated to us. Give comfort to those who are ill or jobless or displaced, and give them hope that better times lie ahead. Above all, help us to learn from these adversities so that we may all look forward to improving public health and to building a stronger sense of common purpose and cooperation in the future. In your Son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Our Pledge of Allegiance. I will provide our Pledge of Allegiance tonight. So if we will stand, if you can, and I'm recognizing I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So tonight is our zoning meeting. The process begins with applications that are submitted to the planning staff for review. And I'd like to ask the planning staff to be recognized on that will be supporting us tonight to please introduce yourselves. Mr. Patine, would you start?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dave Petton, Rezoning Program Manager, City of Charlotte. Thank you.
All right. Who's representing CDOT tonight?
Felix Obregon with CDOT.
Thank you very much. And then the other team joining us, I'll start with Ms. Hagler-Gray. Would you introduce?
Sure. Cherie Hagler-Gray, Senior. Hello. Cherie Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
And Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Taiwo Job, Assistant City Manager, Planning Director.
And Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services.
All right. There are two types of cases on our agenda tonight. We have decisions and we have hearings. The decisions are the cases where we've already had a public hearing and no further comment. The council will then make their decision on whether or not to approve or decline those petitions. The hearings are those, and in fact, I think we have a number of speakers tonight, perhaps over 70 people that have signed up with the clerk's office before the start of our hearing. So first we'll have a staff presentation, And then secondly, we have a petitioner. The petitioner and those in favor they have 3 minutes to present at their case unless there's opposition. We have 5 cases with opposition tonight. And when that case, the staff speaks, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, and then the opposition gets 10 minutes, and the petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, staff provides a short presentation. We close our public hearing, and we go to the next item on the agenda. Following that, we have the petition that goes to the zoning committee of our planning commission for review and recommendation. And who's representing our zoning committee tonight? Mr. Spencer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The zoning committee is all here today. We have Nancy Wiggins, Cozy Watkins, our vice chair, Philip Gusman.
Do you want to talk about your next steps and your next time, Mr. Spencer?
Absolutely. The zoning committee of the planning commission will meet on June 30th at 5:30 virtually on WebEx to decide the zoning cases that we hear tonight at City Council.
And so if the council has the option to recess the meeting at 10 p.m. and reconvene at the following business meeting, those hearings that we do not get to. So with that, I'd like to have in one motion the following items for deferral. Item 21, petition 2019-179 for approximately 1 acre near southeast intersection of Parkwood Avenue, deferred until July 20th. Item 22, 2020-042 at Boulevard Real Estate Advisors on Woodlawn Road, East Woodlawn. The hearings requested as deferral till July 20th, 2020. I believe those are all of the deferrals that we have. Dave,
Deferrals.
And
we have a motion by Mr. Eggleston and a follow-up by Mr. Driggs. We now need to go through our roll call vote. So, Mr. Driggs.
yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston. Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Thank you. And the remaining, do I have to go through? That's 6. That is 6 votes for deferral. If everyone else would say yes, then we will move on
Yes.
from deferrals.
Madam Mayor.
Yes? Who am I recognizing?
Arkin.
Mr. Eggleston?
If staff, I did not see an email today that had our speakers list. So if that was sent, if it could be sent again, that would be helpful. I can't find it.
All right, we will send it again. Yes, you'll get it again coming up. Okay?
Mayor?
Yes?
Mayor? I'm present now.
All right, Mr. Mitchell has joined the meeting as well as Ms. Ajmira. So we have a full complement of all of the council members here for the next session of a meeting. I also wanted to just reference that we sometimes have items that are changes that have been made in decisions after the zoning committee vote to approve or not to decline. And I just wanted to say before we take a vote on all of those that the state requires that changes after the zoning committee vote have occurred, council is required to determine by 3/4 vote, 9 people going forward. So I will be doing a roll call for 9 people on the 3/4 vote. And if the changes are significant or not, and depending on that vote, the case can be sent back to the zoning committee for further review at the council's, dependent on the council's vote. So with that, as those items come up, I will follow up on one of those. And then I also wanted to say on petition item number 6 on Northwood Development, the council is going to take 2 actions: to accept the changes made after the zoning committee's recommendation and to ratify the council's prior decision to approve the item, just so that we're clear on following our process. So with that, do we have any other questions before we proceed? The clerk will keep the minutes and or the time limits when we have speakers, and I'll just look over to her for her timer. And if I just wanted to say we have several petitions with a number of speakers in favor of and opposed. And that's item 25, 26, 28, 29, and 30. I would just encourage those folks that that have the speakers list or are aware of their situations, that you have supporters and opponents, that you look and coordinate your time so that each person has a fair opportunity to address the City Council. So with that, we'll go to our decisions first. The first item is item number 3, rezoning petition 2020-044 by the planning staff. This is to modify our TOD requirements. The zoning committee voted 6-1 for approval, and the staff recommends approval. Before we go forward, there are changes that have been made since the zoning committee, and staff recommends that the changes are minor. May I have a motion that these changes are minor and not sufficient enough to return? And that was Mr. Eggleston, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs? So with that, I'll have to call 9 folks, 9 council members. Ms. Isolt?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
That's 9 votes not to send this back to the zoning commission. So now do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's, to approve this petition and accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency as the council zone? I have a motion and a second. All in favor of that motion? I will start with Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
That's 6. Is there anyone in opposition to the decision? Hearing none, that's a unanimous vote on the petition. The next item is item number 4. This is zoning petition 2019-113 by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Hospital Authority for a text amendment. This text amendment adds helistops limited as an accessory use allowed with one prescribed condition in the mixed-use development district, what's normally referred to as MUD. The zoning committee recommends approval as well as the staff. There have been changes made since the zoning committee met to recommend this project. Staff believes the changes are minor, if not minor, numerous. And they're all on the screen that you can see. Do I need to have them read?
Motion to not send back.
All right. We have a motion to not send it back to the zoning committee. Do we have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we have a motion of approval and to accept the zoning committee statement as a statement of consistency as our own. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
That's 6, so if everyone else will say yes.
Yes.
All right,
You didn't take the vote to not send it back, I don't believe.
that was the vote to not send it back.
But we only got to 6.
I got to get to 6. Sorry, 3 more. Mr. Bakari?
Sure. Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Anyone opposed to that motion? Hearing none opposed, it's a unanimous vote. So now I will take a motion to approve and adopt the statement of consistency as our own from the zoning committee. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'm sorry. Who was the second on that motion?
I was. Julie.
Ms. Isolt was the second. All right. So is there any discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was the second on the motion not to send it back. Apologies.
You can also still be the second on this.
That's fine.
All right. Ms. Isolt is the second on both motions. All right, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, or seeing no one to be recognized, we now will vote to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own. Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Ms. Watlington. Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
That's 6 votes. Is there anyone in opposition? Hearing no one in opposition, it's a unanimous decision. Thank you. The next item is agenda item number 5, petition 2019-114 by Charlotte Mecklenburg Hospital Authority for approximately 70 acres bounded by Scott, Moorhead, and Little Sugar Creek. It's in District 1. The current zoning, the proposed zoning is mixed-use development, optional with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee voted 6-1 to approve. The staff recommends approval, and there were changes in the zoning committee. There have been changes made since the zoning committee's recommendation. Staff recommends that those items are not sufficient but numerous. And so with that,
Motion to not send back.
sorry.
Mr. T was going to summarize those.
Yes, I'm getting there. I'm just picking it up. So my understanding is that this petition, I'm going to follow the script here just to make sure we're all good and squared away. So I wanted to state that this petition 2019-115, oh, that's the next one.
No, he was just going to summarize the changes for 114.
All right, so
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Patin.
I don't mind summarizing some of the changes
All right,
for this.
Thank you. 114
Sure.
for item 5.
Okay, so we did have several changes to this petition since zoning committee. Really, a lot of the changes are results of continued and pretty constant conversations and collaboration with the Dilworth Community Association, or DCA. A lot of the changes were fairly minor in terms of changing some optional provisions for parking and maneuvering in some of the development areas. We also modified some valet parking requirements, created some new development areas in C1 and C2. Again, these were to further refine the petition and create some clarity in what would happen in some of these development areas. We had some changes to some of the pedestrian crossing signals at key locations, or actually they would be installed. So that's a change to add some of those in. Change some things about the clarified installation of sidewalk and planting strip along Scott Avenue in accordance with that streetscape plan. So again, clarifying things to make sure they line up with some of those landscape plans that are in place. Noted some things about the loop road being located in development area F and development area B, which would be in some open space areas. Again, these were mainly a lot of things, typos, deleting the word and between some certain things, deleting any new building or structure located in development area G1. So really things that were looked at as we refined the plan, worked with the developer, worked with DCA. They collaborated quite a bit and took a lot of things that needed to just get further refinement so everybody had some comfort level with them. And then again, change some things like spelling errors and some other things. The big addition that came also as a result of some of the discussions since the public hearing, if there's multifamily built, which there is a provision in the petition to allow for multifamily development, if we do get multifamily built in this project, 60% of those multifamily units would be restricted to households earning up to 80% or less of AMI for a period of not less than 30 years. So that's something that was added also after zoning committee wanted to mention that. So again, there are quite a few changes that happened, but they're all fairly benign. They're all results of direct communications with DCA. We don't feel like they need to go back to zoning committee for any additional vote, but just wanted to be happy to share them in detail with you guys after the meeting. But they were fairly benign, and again, just a lot of coordination as a result.
Okay.
Motion to not send back.
All right. We have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor of that motion? Let's start with Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
All right, that's 9 verbally, and I'm assuming Mr. Bakari, Mr. Driggs, Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Driggs,
Sure.
thank
Sure.
you. Thank you very much. Now, to the motion to approve, could I have a motion to approve?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
And adopt the statement of consistency. Is there any discussion?
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you. Just wanted to note, and at the mayor's prompting this morning, we did get that note solidified with the commitment to affordable units, if units are built, which they might or might not be. But thanks to her for helping get that locked in, and DCA for being supportive of that provision if there is to be multifamily residential built there. I know we didn't get everything that everybody wanted on this petition, but I would commend the DCA Land Use Committee and the folks at Atrium, including John Carmichael, for ongoing, all the way through the end of this weekend and even today, conversations to continue to make adjustments. I won't read them all, but we just went through a lot of adjustments that have been made since the zoning committee hearing, but there were even more that had been made prior to the zoning committee hearing, but after the council hearing last month. Dozens and dozens of changes trying to address, to some degree or another, the concerns that we had heard from folks in the neighborhood. So I know that there are still some concerns, but I think an incredible amount of work has gone into this, and we did ultimately, through all of that work, get a supportive letter from the DCA for this petition, which, frankly, a month ago I wasn't sure we'd get there, but it speaks to the concessions that have been made by the petitioner, and really appreciative of all the work that everybody put in to get it where it is.
All right, any other comments from the council? Hearing
Yes,
none.
Madam Mayor.
Ms. Eisel?
I have a comment. Yes, thank you. I too would like to just recognize all of the neighbors who have been so active and engaged in this process. It was a tough one. Atrium has worked collaboratively with neighbors, but it impacts a lot of people. It frankly is the elephant in the neighborhood. But that said, I spoke with representatives of Atrium this afternoon who have committed to work with the neighborhood for further plans that would in fact impact some of the property that they still own there that's not really a part of this building concept. And that's really important because this could be something that is a catalyst for that neighborhood, or it could be something that just overwhelms it. And so further projects that go up there, I really hope that Atrium will make the effort to work with developers so that it really has more of a campus feel, and it breathes some life into that area, which honestly kind of needs it. So anyway, thank you to Atrium for making that commitment, and for the neighbors that have spent a lot of time on this, including the DCA. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo Councilmember Eggleston's remarks earlier. I think we've come a long way since the hearing. There have been many concessions that have been made in terms of the height and to address also the noise concerns that were raised by many residents. Also appreciate affordable housing piece in this rezoning. So overall, I think this is what democracy looks like. We don't have all parties getting everything that they want, but there have been concessions made from both sides. So certainly appreciate all the calls and emails that we had gotten and from neighbors, but at the same time, a petitioner's willingness to work with neighbors to address some of that are certainly appreciated.
All right, any further comments? All right, hearing none, this is a majority vote, so I'll start with Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
and I think if everyone else will say yes, it's a unanimous vote. Is there any
Yes.
opposition? Hearing no opposition, it's a unanimous vote to approve the petition. Next item is item number 6. The petition is 2019-115 by Northwood Development LLC. This is for the 454 acres located on the north side of Ballantyne Commons Parkway. The requested zoning is mixed-use development optional. The zoning committee voted 5-2 to recommend approval, and the staff recommend approval. What I wanted to state was that when the council actually took action to approve this on June 8th and included changes that were made after the committee recommendation. And we need to read those changes into the record and also adopt a motion not to send it back to the zoning committee. And then we will ask for a motion to ratify the vote of 2019-1115. So with that, Mr. Batten, can you summarize the changes from the petition 2019-115?
Sure thing. They were just really changes to all 3 phases, added some additional multifamily units, and that was a direct result of some conversations and commitments that were put into the development agreement that was also voted on for approval back at the June 8th meeting. To keep that commitment for the affordable housing components, they added 30 additional units in phase 1, so that went from 1,000 to 1,030. Added 50 multifamily units to phase 2, so that goes from 1,000 to 1,050. And then in phase 3, they added 90 additional multifamily units, so that takes us from 1,800 as previously presented up to 1,890. So again, we added some additional units. That's to help continue to solidify that commitment for the affordable component in the development agreement. And those were the 3 changes that were made after zoning committee. I feel like they were minor and again line up with that development agreement that was back on June 8th. So no concerns from our end.
So, of course, this was very complex. We don't get to read zone for over 400 acres very often, and we inadvertently skipped the vote not to send those changes back to the zoning committee. So I'd like to have a motion to not send those changes back to the zoning committee.
Move not to send the changes back to the zoning committee.
Thank you,
Second.
Mr. Driggs and Mr. Mitchell, second. This requires 9 council members to approve. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Just so I'm clear, this is about whether it needs to go back, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Winston? Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Mr. Winston? Is there any opposition to this item? We're hearing no opposition. The item is unanimously approved. So I now ask for a motion to ratify the vote to approve petition 2019-115. Do I have a motion?
Move to ratify.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mayor, any discussion?
Madam Mayor, this is Watlington.
Ms. Watlington?
Yeah, so I want to make sure, so I know that this was on the agenda for last week, but I see here in our packet more information.
I can't hear you, Ms. Watlington.
Can you hear me?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Earbuds are trying to come on. One more.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Watlington, we can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me any better?
You're breaking
Can you hear
up
me
on
better?
us. It's breaking up. Sorry.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Barely.
Yes.
Can all of the other council members hear her?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
then go ahead.
Okay. My question is, I'm looking at this information in our packet now that it's got the school and staff utilization, student population, and whatnot. And I see this letter from Dennis Lacaria from Charlotte Mecklenburg, and it talks about the conversations that were had between the developer and CMS regarding negotiating something other than 35 acres in the initial response to the rezoning. Is there someone on the line that can speak to this component at all? I just want to make sure I understand the last paragraph where he wrote here that there was a meeting held wherein CMS expressed a desire to negotiate something other than 35 acres. Options such as air rights or even a few floors in one of the buildings to be constructed were offered. It says petitioner foreclosed on any possibility of exploring these or any other potential responses to the impacts on school infrastructure as a result of their redevelopment. I just want to understand very clearly where we stand in regards to schools in this development.
I can speak to that, Mayor, if need be.
I'm sorry, is that Mr. Brown will speak to the question. Mr. Brown?
I'm happy to. Thank you. I know it's a little awkward with this being a ratification discussion, but we did have discussions with the Charlotte Mecklenburg schools, as I think also was raised at the public hearing. In those discussions, we did have discussions. We discussed a variety of options. We have also been supportive of efforts of the schools to look at other land within the area. We have also provided, as you may recall from Ned Curran's discussion, school site in 2 school sites in connection with the initial Ballantyne effort, as well as efforts, as we talked about, to support schools through the tremendous excess tax base that will be going on. So we aren't in a position, we're not in a position with the master plan to provide additional land for schools. We've discussed this in a great deal of length with various parties. So I think there were follow-up meetings and discussions. We feel like we're doing a very good job for schools, as well as all the other components that we're dealing with, from the affordable housing to the parks, open space, and other elements. So we wanted to make that quick response.
All right, Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. That'll do it.
All right. So now we are ready to ratify this. Oh, I'm sorry. We have 2 other people that would like to speak. Ms. Ajmira, followed by Mr. Winston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to speak on two issues that came from the public hearing we had. So number one, the affordable housing. I know that we cannot base our decision on affordable housing, but I do want to applaud the developers' effort in addressing the affordable housing in this development. They have gone from 80 to 60 to 50, and now with the land donation, that significantly addresses our affordable housing crisis. And also, second thing I want to address, this is a huge economic development opportunity for our city with significant investment that could bring quality jobs. So I would have liked to see 30% AMI when it comes to affordable housing. But again, I'm not going to let perfect be the enemy of good. So I'll be supporting this, and I also applaud Councilmember Drake's leadership on this. He has certainly stayed in touch throughout this negotiations to ensure that we are working with developer and all the residents to address most of the concerns that were raised. So thank you.
Ms. Ajmir, I just want to follow up to that comment about the housing. 50% AMI out of all of the work we've done for the past year through 2 housing cycles, none of them have been allocated for 50% of AMI. So I see this is a new way to address that market, and thank you for your comments about it, and look forward to seeing the 50% AMI being able to actually be assigned a place that they can live really well. So thank you. Mr. Winston.
Sorry, I have one question, and I imagine it might have been addressed last Monday. Does this development deal prohibit the construction of anything below 50% AMI, 30% and below?
If they decided to build it, it couldn't make it. I think. Mr. Winston, can you clarify your question? Is it that for?
Does it disallow the construction of 30% units from ever being developed on these parcels?
I think I'll let Jeff speak to that.
Yeah, I'll be happy to. Thank you,
Yeah.
Councilmember
Mr. Brown?
Winston. Yes, thank you, Councilmember Winston. Tonight's decision relates to the zoning, and the zoning components are part of the overall master plan. The commitments to the affordable housing are included in the development agreement and in the that was approved at last Monday's meeting. To answer your question, as the mayor indicated, the affordable housing will be part of land donations under a variety of terms and conditions that do apply for affordable housing to start at a 50% AMI level and move up to an 80% AMI level at differing amounts. So that is those are the terms upon which the affordable housing grants would take place. And I think that's fully consistent with the information that's been provided and was provided last week. But I appreciate your follow-up question.
All right. So with that, I have no other speakers.
Madam Mayor, I have a follow-up question.
Who is Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Watlington.
Okay, Mr. Brown, this is a follow-up to what you just said. Can you speak a little bit as to why that restriction is in place, 50% or above?
I think they're trying, as part of the overall terms, to be able to understand for the overall master plan, as well as the development agreement, the anticipation of what will be occurring from the standpoint of the affordable housing. So this was an effort working with the mayor to ensure that there was an affordability component that, as the mayor indicated, starts at 50%. But it's a master plan development that includes the overall mixed-use project and also the land in the heart of the Ballantyne area. And so that is part of the basis upon which the master plan development agreement was met.
I'm not sure I understand. Can you say that a little more plainly? Why 50% is the floor?
I think these were part of the terms and the conditions and agreements of the parties to be able to ensure affordability as part of the overall master plan. And that's really so we have reliability on where the affordability would start. We believe that it's a very positive step with affordability, but that's where the basis upon the agreement that was approved last week was about.
I'll ask it one more time. Sorry, I did not get the benefit of seeing the master plan as far as the development agreement in detail. I just want to understand why 50% is the minimum.
Again, I'll try again. I appreciate the question. The overall master plan development is trying to provide for various mixture of uses. There was a strong desire to have affordability for the community, both for the public policy desires of the council, but also to ensure that employees who work and live in the community are part of that. But it was felt that it was appropriate to start at the 50% level as part of the overall development. So we feel like this is a very positive effort, and that's the answer I can give. I don't believe there's a desire to be accommodating and to be inclusive, and that's where we are moving forward with this. And I appreciate the question, but that's as good as I can give you this evening. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
If I could say this, when we are not, you've heard the rule about working on, it's a negotiation for this, and it was really an important negotiation that we wanted to see affordability that was not really there, and as a result of it, we went with 60 to 80 to 50. but it was a negotiation, and this is a motion to ratify the vote on Monday, and the master plan was presented to the full council last Monday in this action. So it's really a motion that I think the council voted 10-1. I think.
Yeah, I'm clear about all that. That's not my question. My question is the why, because I realized that we got it last week.
The why, because it was a negotiation.
Okay.
So, all right. Any other comments or questions? With that, let's go ahead. The motion is to ratify the action of the council that was to vote to approve the petition 2019-115. So, Ms. Iselt?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
No.
Mr. Eggleston? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
So that, is there any, let me go ahead. Mr. Newton?
No.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Watlington?
Circle back.
Well, there's only one more circle to make. Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Watlington?
For consistency's sake, I'll say yes with great trepidation.
I have Mr. Winston and Ms. Johnson and Mr. Newton voting. Mr. Newton changed his vote from yes to no, and Ms. Johnson was maintaining. Mr. Winston was not in the room. Okay. All right. The motion passes. Thank you very much. All right. The next item on our agenda is item number 7, petition 2019-170 by James Doyle for approximately 4/10 of an acre located near the intersection of the Plaza and Shamrock. The proposed zoning is neighborhood services, and the zoning committee and the staff recommend approval. Do I have a motion to adopt?
to approve, adopt.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Hearing no discussions, we'll start with Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Everyone else say yes, that motion would pass. Is there anyone?
Yes.
Is anyone opposed? The motion passes. The next item is number 8, rezoning petition 2019-174 by 2019-01 for approximately 1/10 acres on the south side of Colesgate Road, east of Sharon. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this. Do I have a motion to approve and accept the zoning committee statement? Mr. Bakari?
Move to adopt and approve.
We have a motion. Do you have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All right. Any discussion? All right. Mr. Bakari, we'll
Yes.
start. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
That's a majority. Is there anyone in opposition to the petition? If not, I will record the vote. We'll record the vote as unanimous. Thank you, everyone. The next item is agenda item 9, petition 2020-003 by Fairview Builders for approximately 3/10 of an acre located at an intersection of Siegel Avenue and Van Every. And it's in proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning commission and the staff recommend approval of this. May I have a motion to approve and adopt the statement of consistency? Mr. Eggleston?
Move to adopt and approve.
All right, Mr. Eggleston, is there any discussion? Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
If there is there anyone in opposition? Hearing none, the vote will be recorded as unanimous. The next item is 10, and it's for rezoning petition 2020-008 by RK Investments Charlotte for approximately 5 acres located on the west side of Reams Road. It's in District 2. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. There have been changes made to this petition since its approval by the zoning committee. And so, Mr. Patin, am I correct on that?
Yes, there was one change, a minor adjustment to the building footprint and parking area. Do not feel like that should go back to zoning committee.
All right. So the staff recommends not having it go back to the zoning committee. So I have a motion, please.
So move, change it without going back to the zoning committee?
All right, second.
Second.
All right. Mr. Graham, not
Yes.
to send it back. Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Hajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
All right, now that we've not sent it back, do I have a motion to approve this petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own? Mr. Graham? I have a motion, please. I need a motion to
So moved.
approve.
So moved.
Who is that? Ms. Watlington and Mr. Newton, second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll start off with Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yep.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
That is a I'm sorry, Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
All right, that's a majority. Is there anyone in opposition to this petition? Hearing no opposition, will record it as unanimously approved. The next decision is item number 11, petition 2020-010 by Christ the King Lutheran Church for approximately 15.8 acres located south of Tryon. It's in District 3. The recommended zoning, proposed zoning is institutional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll go ahead and have a vote on this one. Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Is there anyone in opposition to this motion? So if none, then we'll record unanimous adoption of this petition. Agenda item 12, petition 2020-011 by Suvik Goskal. I'm sorry, I apologize for the incorrect pronunciation. For approximately 1.3 acres on Margaret Wallace Road. It's in District 5. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I got it on my phone.
We have a second?
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Who is that? Ms. Johnson?
Dimple.
All right, Ms. Hajmira. All right, so Mr. Newton, we have a motion and a second, discussion. Mr. Newton?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge some of the changes on the petition from when we heard this last month to address some of the community's concerns, particularly as they pertain to parking, privacy, and traffic. There will be a left turn lane off Margaret Wallace here that will mitigate traffic concerns. From the standpoint of parking, the private road has been expanded from 25 feet curb to curb to 31 feet curb to curb to ensure that emergency vehicles have access even if some were to violate the no parking provision of the private road. And finally, so from a privacy standpoint, the commitments made by the petitioner to ensure that, to the extent possible, trees being planted in the buffer zone around the site will be done preliminarily prior to the construction of homes to the extent possible, and then also that the back the back lot, as it abuts up against the neighboring lot, the garage there will be a buffer of that particular unit. So there won't be any sort of ability for someone in Lot 7 to look into that neighboring piece of property. So just wanted to bring up those changes, commend the community for its input, and then also the petitioner for his cooperation in all this. And having said all that, I'm supportive of this petition.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry.
This is Dave. Just to clarify, those changes that Mr. Newton mentioned all happened prior to the zoning committee vote, so there aren't any changes after zoning committee. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was good with that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It did run across my mind. All right. So with that, if there's no further discussion, let's start with Mr. Driggs. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
That's a majority. And is there anyone in opposition to this petition? Hearing none, that's a unanimous approval. Next item is item number 13, the rezoning petition 2020-015 by McShane Partners for approximately 2/10 of an acre located on the eastern side of Park Drive. It's in District 1. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. May I have a motion? Mr. Eggleston to accept and approve and accept. And Mr. Driggs has a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll go right to our vote. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Mr. Mitchell? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Is there anyone in opposition to the petition? Hearing none, no opposition, the petition is approved unanimously. Item 14, petition 2020-020 by RIAB Properties for approximately 2.9 acres south on Arrowwood. It's in District 3. The proposed zoning use is general office. Staff and the zoning committee recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve the petition and accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency?
So moved.
Ms. Watlington, do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Johnson, any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Is there anyone in opposition to the petition? Hearing no opposition, the petition passes unanimously. Agenda item 15, petition 2020-024 by Dominion Realty Partners, approximately 1.8 acres located south of Fairview Road. It's in District 6. The proposed zoning is MUD. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
And accept. Thank you very much. And we have a motion and a second. All right, any discussion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Tark.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that this is something that a lot of us, I think, were tracking for a while, and from the petitioner side, from the neighborhood side, from the business community side, there was a lot of support. And in the last couple weeks, tops, it was brought to my attention that there were some potentially unsolved issues with the adjacent plot, which is owned by Dee Dee and Cammie Harris. And I've spent a lot of time on the phone with the Harrises. I've spent time on the phone with Jeff Brown, the petitioner, and others, and staff, to really make sure we scrambled and got to the bottom. Is there something here that makes this something we can't support, or is there something here that makes us need to delay this? And I'll tell you all that I appreciate both groups being willing to have such productive conversations with me, have a couple with each other in that time period. Based on what I've learned, there's only one question really left. I think we saw a lot of willingness to make additional circulation improvements, maintenance, access of those circulation points. Everything the staff has seen and then the zoning committee seen has led me to believe that I would request you join me in supporting this tonight. And I would just say that as the access and the ability for them to use the easements on the side are finalized, I've been given a lot of indication that that will be the case, but they're going to have to figure that out. And I do hope and ask deeply for both sides, the Harrises and the petitioner, to continue after tonight, should this be approved, to work together, because you both will be much stronger together in what is a very great part of our neighborhood here, in an evolving part of our commercial and mixed use footprint in South Park. So I would ask you all to join me in supporting it. And I'd also ask, I'd thank those parties that have been on the phone so much these last 5 or 6 days, and ask them to really, after today, continue to work in good faith with one another to make this a win-win.
All right. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Mr. Mitchell? Ms. Ajmira?
Mr. Mitchell, yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
That's 6 in favor. Is there any opposition to the petition? Hearing none, there's unanimous approval of the petition. The next petition is agenda item 16, petition 2020-027 by the City of Charlotte and Crossland Southeast for approximately 78 acres of the former Eastland Mall site located near Sharon Avenue and Central. It's in District 5. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional, innovation, mixed residential innovation with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval. However, there have been changes made since the zoning committee has looked at this. Mr. Batten, would you please review the changes?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. The change for this petition was really just one note that was removed. We had a conditional note that was allowing parking as a primary permitted use. That was something that wouldn't be a primary permitted use. It's just an accessory, so they modified that note to match up with the zoning ordinance. So that was the big change since zoning committee. The other item that I just wanted to address real quick, it wasn't a change that needs part of the vote, but there were some questions about the park space and the park dedication at the public hearing. I believe there was a 2-acre dedication, and some of the discussion was that it was contingent upon funds from the county. Just to clarify, that will be donated regardless of funding. So just want to make sure everybody's aware that space will be donated, and it doesn't rely on any funding that's budgeted for the creation of that park. So just wanted to clarify that. Again, that's not a change we're voting on after zoning committee, but it's something that was in the follow-up report for this petition, and just wanted to clarify while I had a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adopt the changes made since the zoning commission as not being significant and to be able to vote on the petition?
So moved.
Have a second? We have a motion and a second. All right, Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari, Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Winston, Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
I believe that is a majority of the council that's required by the ordinance. And so now may I have a motion to adopt the zoning as recommended by the zoning committee and the staff? May I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Ajmira.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to address a couple of things with this petition. I know many of us have received emails about delaying this petition, and I want to speak on that. We have been, there has been almost a decade since we need to redevelop this site. And for those who is asking for us to delay this petition, because of the COVID-19, have had opportunities to reach out to us even before COVID-19. And there have been concerns around the open space, there have been concerns around the skateboarding and open air market. I just want to clarify something, that approving this petition does not mean that those discussions will not take place. Those discussions will continue as we work with Crossland and entire development team. So I just want to assure the residents that our communication will continue even after this rezoning is approved. However, we do need to address economic opportunities in East Charlotte. There are so many residents that are having to commute outside of the district to find a job. So this will enable us to expedite the redevelopment of the site and bring economic opportunities close to home. So I'll be supporting this petition, and I do look forward to continuing conversations with all the residents regarding open air market, regarding skateboarding, open space, and Greenway connection. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment and thank everyone for their hard work on this. This includes our staff, this includes the petitioner, and it includes the community. This has been a collaborative effort for almost a decade now, and it's really encouraging to see where we are. I'm very excited about what the future holds. So once again, thank you so much, everyone. And after this passes tonight, I'm really, really looking forward to what will become a very dynamic, very just wonderful development at the Eastland site.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
I believe that's 6. Is there anyone in opposition to this petition? Hearing none, it is unanimous approval of the petition. Thank you. Item 17, petition number 2020-28 by Nisha Weaver for approximately 5 acres located at the intersection of Monroe Road and Wallace Road. It's in District 5. The proposed zoning is institutional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. May I have a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own? Do you have a motion? How about Mr. Newton?
Move to.
Who is that?
Second.
I heard Ms. Watlington and Ms. Johnson motion and a second for adoption. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll start. Ms. Watlington? We're voting now. Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, that's 6 votes in favor. Is there anyone in opposition to this petition? Hearing no opposition, this petition is approved unanimously. Agenda item number 18, petition 2020-029 by Jayco Acquisition for approximately 1 acre at the intersection of Distribution and Donovan Street. It's in District 3. The proposed zoning is Transit-Oriented Development, Transit Neighborhood Center. The Zoning Committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. May I have a motion to approve the petition and adopt the Zoning Committee Statement of Consistency?
So moved.
Ms. Watlington, do you have a second?
Second.
Ms. Johnson, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussions. Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, so we have 6. Is there anyone in opposition to this petition? Hearing no one in opposition, is unanimously approved. All right, the next item is agenda item number 19, petition 2020-031 by the Creek Kids Zone for approximately 3 acres on the western side of Sugar Creek, north of Cushman. It's in District 1. The proposed zoning is institutional. The Zoning Committee and the staff recommend approval of the petition. Do I have a motion to approve and accept the Zoning Committee statement?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Mr. Eggleston, do you have a second? We have a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
With that, is there anyone in opposition to this petition? If I have no one in opposition, the petition is approved unanimously. That is the end of our decisions. You have in your document a report on the active transportation projects. So we are now going to go to the deferrals on the hearings that we have tonight. So in one motion, we can adopt the following deferrals. Item 21, petition 2019-179 by Ronald Staley.
I think you covered that at the beginning.
Did we
Yes,
already
that's
do
correct.
deferrals? Thank you for the reminder. I really appreciate that. So we will go now to agenda item 23, the rezoning petition 2020-081 by University City Partners. It's a text amendment to modify the setbacks in the RE, which stands for? What does RE stand for? I have no idea.
Research Park.
Research, thank you, and research
You're welcome.
2 zoning districts. We have no one, we don't have anyone signed up to speak, and so if we would, we'll have a short presentation by the staff. Mr. Patin.
Sure, thank you. Petition 2020-081 is a text amendment that was submitted by University City Partners. As you can see on the slide here, it's a text amendment to modify setback standards in RE1 and RE2. These are typically University City's business parks, and that's the zoning that governs those business parks. We really just want to propose standardizing those setbacks. We can go back one slide for me, please. Standardize the setbacks in RE1 and RE2 to just have one minimum setback. So we look at the proposed setback across the board of being 40 feet. You can see there is a difference between RE1 and RE2 between 40 feet and 100 feet. and then 100 and 125, 100 and 150. So we would look at just a setback of 40 feet, and this will achieve a blending of scale and setbacks of buildings consistent between the two districts. The majority of the area that these districts are in lies within designated mixed-use activity centers, which really encourages diversity of uses to support all the existing offices and development. And we want that really to be occurring in more of a compact and walkable pattern, which these setbacks would help facilitate. We also want to improve the ability to create a mixed-use environment and increase density in some of these office and retail developments, and also encourage strategic use and viability of some underdeveloped and underutilized land. And so we do have supporting language from the general plans that are in that area, but just wanted to kind of give you an idea of why we're looking at doing a modification to that setback. And so if you can go to the next slide, we can see that we do recommend approval of this petition. It is consistent with the University Research Park Area Plan as well as the University City Area Plan. It'll, I think, as we mentioned, just kind of give us a one universal setback to work from within those two and help to facilitate some of the development outcomes that are looked at in those two different plans. So be happy to take any questions, but again, fairly straightforward request for us this evening.
Are there any questions for the staff? Hearing no questions for the staff, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is, I'm sorry, any discussion? All right, we're going to vote on the motion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? That's six.
Yes.
Is there any, anyone in opposition to closing the public hearing? If not, closing the public hearing is unanimous. The next public hearing that we have is petition number 20, item 24, petition 2019-146 by ALB Architecture for approximately 0.2 of an acre located on the east corner of Davison Street. It's in District 1. It is, current zoning is single-family residential. Proposed is urban residential conditional and urban residential commercial conditional. Staff recommends approval of the petition. We'll hear from the staff presentation. And I have no speakers on this petition. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have a speaker for, so if Ms. or Angie Lauer, if you'll be prepared after the staff presentation. Mr. Paten.
Okay, thank you. Real quick, before we get started, just a matter of housekeeping. I know we all are familiar with our friend from CDOT, Felix Obregon. Just want to let everybody know Felix is going to transition into another role within CDOT, so we're not losing him organizationally, but we won't see him at our zoning meetings moving forward. So just want to recognize him and allow Lakeisha Hull, his supervisor, really quickly to just maybe acknowledge him real quick and give him a short send-off, as this will be his last meeting with us tonight before we get into a brief staff presentation here.
I'm sure Felix is so disappointed.
Congratulations, Felix. This is huge for you. Huge.
I know, it's just, he's probably just sad not to be on this program every Monday, third week, once a month.
Yeah.
Not really, you're right. All right, so Felix, congratulations on the promotion. It's always great to see our folks doing well and doing things that they love, so thank you. Thank you for that. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so back to our petition 2019-146. 1.17 acres. It's on the corner of 19th and North Davidson. If some of you are familiar with the area, we've got an existing old commercial building that sits really right up on the streetscape here. The property is zoned R8, and what we're doing with this proposed zoning is going to two separate districts, UR1 and URC. Try to accommodate two separate outcomes. One is preservation of the existing commercial building that sits right there prominently on the corner. And then we'll look at some infill on the rear of the property up on 19th Street for, I believe, a duplex. If we can go to the next slide. The proposal for this, again, development area B, which is building 2. Up on the corner is that old commercial building, again, that sits right up on the corner. And then development area A, we would look at residential units that would have a maximum height of 40 feet. As well as some privacy fencing. Development area B would allow us to reuse that existing building that's up front as well as if we do commit, if the historic structure is demolished, we would look at a new structure that would be in line with additional buildings that are in the area with that maximum height of 40 feet. We're also getting some streetscape improvements on both frontages. So again, this petition mainly aims to preserve that building up on the corner while allowing some infill on the back side of the property. Next slide, please. So staff does recommend approval. We do have a few minor issues related to site and building design and transportation to work through. Feel confident we'll be able to get through those. We've been in very continued discussions on a lot of these items related to the zoning petition. I feel like we're getting pretty close to getting all that squared away, but staff does recommend approval. It is inconsistent with the area plan. It recommends 12 units per acre, but again, we're looking at an infill of just 2 units on a small acreage, so that density does look a little inflated, but the end result would just be some residences that are in line with infill that we've seen along this area of North Davidson and 19th Street. So be happy to take any questions after Ms. Lauer's presentation.
Ms. Lauer? Ms. Lauer? I want everyone, I think that we talked a little bit about this, is that we have a number of presentations to load, and virtual meetings require a little bit more time to get the presentations up and to get the speakers on board. Ms. Lauer?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really am here to just answer some questions and primarily to say thank you for preserving this little historic store that's on the corner. And I would appreciate all the council's support on this.
Thank you very much. So we will now open up the petition for questions from council. This is Mr. Eggleston. Do you have any questions? Do you want to lead us off?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. No questions. Just want to simultaneously thank and apologize to our staff. I've been probably a little bit of a pain in the butt over the past maybe year about this because initially there were thoughts of forcing this this older commercial building on the front of this site to be torn down because it just some folks would look at it and say it doesn't make sense where it is, and they wanted to see something different. Both the property owner and I felt like it was unique. It's a way to integrate a small service or retail business into a neighborhood that doesn't have a lot of walkable businesses yet, though it is gaining by the month. And so staff continued to look at it, continued to work with the property, found a solution, something that is more beneficial to the neighborhood than we would have. And so I apologize for being a pest about it, but I appreciate the work that was done to get where we are now.
All right. Are there any other questions from the council? Hearing no questions, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All right. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mr. Watling? Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Is there anyone opposed to the public hearing being closed? With the public hearing is now closed by unanimous vote. Next item on our agenda is item number 25. In this case, we have one person speaking in opposition, so I'm going to read the speakers that are speaking for so that you can have organize your thinking, your time. Mr. Brown, Maurice Johnson, Amy Massey are for, and Gary Knox is against. So with that, the petition is item number 25, rezoning petition 2019-160 by Meritage Homes of the Carolinas for approximately 80.78 acres located on the north side of Pleasant Grove between Hutchinson and Kelly, which is outside of our city limits. The current zoning is single-family residential, 3 units per acre, Lake Wylie protected area. The proposed zoning is mixed-use, innovative standards, Lake Wylie protected area with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues. So, Ms. Patin, we'll go to the staff presentation now.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2019-160, as we discussed, about 80.78 acres. It's in the Pleasant Grove Road and Kelly Road area, just outside the city limits of ETJ. The property is currently zoned, it should be R3, Lake Wiley protected area. We're looking at an MX2 innovative zoning request this evening. As we can go to the next slide. Land use plan for the areas from the Northwest District Plan. It's a 1990 adopted plan. It does call for residential uses up to 4 dwelling units per acre on the site. Next slide, please. So this proposal itself is proposing to allow up to 280 single-family attached townhomes. Maximum building height is 45 feet. Some of the innovative standards are variations of some of the minimum lot widths and minimum individual lot areas, building footprints, also some individual heated units or unit heated area, and minimum separation between buildings of 10 feet, minimum side setback width of 10 feet adjacent to rights of way. So those are some of the design standards that vary a bit from our standard ordinance. Provide access points. Go back one, please. Thank you. Provide access points on Hutchinson Lane and Kelly Road. You can see some of those access here denoted with the red arrows. We do have some other cross connections that you can see that look like arrows into adjacent property. Those are to continue the existing street networks. We also have dedication of rights of way along the frontages of Hutchinson Road and Kelly Lane, architectural standards. We also have some dedications to Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec. That would be this green area down here that's a future park. And also dedication of areas of the swim buffer, which would be allowable use for a greenway to Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec as well. So 2 public donations for this project. We can go to the next slide, please. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There are some outstanding issues related to transportation and land use that we're continuing to work through. It is consistent with the Northwest District Plan, which recommends residential uses up to 4 dwelling units per acre. This comes in at 3.47. So that's consistent again with the adopted area plan. And we do again recommend approval of this petition. We'll be happy to take questions after the presentations by the public.
All right, we're going to hear from the people signed up. Mr. Colin Brown.
Madam Mayor, Colin Brown on the behalf of the petitioner. I'm going to see if I can advance the slides. Bear with me for a moment. Great. Again, Colin Brown with Alexander Ricks on behalf of the petitioner. Joining me tonight are Maurice Johnson. Mo is the division president of the Charlotte Division for Meritage Homes. He'll be speaking. We also have Amy Massey with Kimley Horn. She is available if there are questions. Dave gave a good overview of the location of the property, which is highlighted here in blue. This is a large property, almost 81 acres, very close proximity to 485, good access to Uptown with the Berkshire Freeway. Well located. The gray area indicates this is in unincorporated Mecklenburg County, so this is an annexation opportunity, and Meritage would like to do that. Moving forward. As Dave mentioned, land use plan here, this is a dated land use plan. It calls for 4 dwelling units per acre. Our rezoning petition is less than that. Also, as Dave pointed out, there's a greenway recommendation, and the zoning site plan would include dedication in that greenway area. As Dave mentioned, the request is to an MX2 innovative district. We're proposing 280 townhomes on this 80-acre site. That is 3.4 dwelling units per acre, so a very low density based on what you typically see in these rezonings. Here's a colored version of the site plan so you can really see what's going on. The brown areas are the townhome footprints, and what you see is an effort to really concentrate the townhome footprints together and leave the bulk of the site as open space because there are some sensitive areas on the site. This is the more technical look at the site plan. As Dave pointed out, there would be a dedication to Mecklenburg County of most of the northern portion of the site for future greenway. There's also a proposed dedication of a park site here with street access. Also showing buffers around the site. So on most edges, unlike a single family development where there would be no buffers, the townhome development here, we are showing buffers, though they're not required, we're providing those. One area we do not have buffers is this location here. We're building a public street, which would be a collector street standard per city request. So there's a large, could accommodate more traffic on this street. And CDOT and subdivision had asked if we could locate it closer to the property line so there could be access as this property develops in the future. We have had discussions with adjacent property owners. There's some concerns about the location of that street adjacent to this property owner. We have proposed, it is not part of our site plan, we have shown an alternate plan where we could shift that road over, reorient the townhomes, and provide some buffering. We have not made that a commitment of our zoning, but we're happy to continue that discussion with the adjacent property owner. Meritage would be providing some nice amenities, pool, cabana. Really, the natural setting of this site and the vast amount of open spaces would be the real amenity, with areas to walk, trails connecting, hopefully, this future greenway to the public park, and allowing this development to serve as really a nice pedestrian connection of all of that. Dave mentioned we're requesting some innovative standards. And what I want to say to you is this rezoning, we are only requesting 3.5 dwelling units per acre, a little bit less than that. So this isn't a rezoning where Meritage is coming in and asking for a lot of density to really build a lot more units. The point of this rezoning is mostly to find design flexibility so they can locate the developed area, the townhomes in areas where they're appropriate, and leave the rest of the site alone. So we can have some really nice natural areas enhancing that greenway and park. And these are just this is not part of our rezoning plan, but just to give you an idea of the almost 81 acre site, the proposed area of the lots where the townhomes would be only about 17.5 acres. So that's the goal, again, to really concentrate those building footprints in the appropriate areas and leave the bulk of the site undeveloped. The preserved open space that would not be touched is about 30 acres. And then when you have the other open spaces that would be contributed at the end, we believe there would be almost 52 acres of open space total, which is about 64% of the site. So again, that is the thrust of this rezoning, is really not to try and max out units or count on homes, but to provide some flexibility. Now, we are getting slightly higher density than is allowed under the current zoning, but the real thrust is to get design flexibility so we can appropriately stay away from the sensitive areas. Comments that we usually hear on rezonings in this area, we hear about school impact a lot. I want to show you, and these are the memorandums provided by CMS. Under the current zoning, CMS predicted 126 students would be generated. Under this development, even though there are more units because of the townhome type of development planned, the yield will be only 83 units is their prediction. So again, this is CMS's memo that shows they would anticipate if this zoning was approved and developed as townhomes, the site was developed as townhomes, we'd see fewer students generated than if this site were maxed out by right and developed with single family homes. Same answer on traffic impact. Traffic is something we talk a lot about in every area of the city, and just wanted to point out here, this is CDOT's memo showing that if developed by right, if someone developed 242 single-family homes, which is the base that would be allowed under R3, it could generate 2,340 trips. The proposal with more townhomes, yes, we're proposing more townhomes, but the townhome product we would expect, and the Department of Transportation would expect for them to generate fewer trips. So we're actually showing a traffic reduction, this zoning proposal versus a by right development. Transportation commitments. So even though we do expect this could generate fewer trips than a by right development, we don't trigger the thresholds for a traffic study. However, this is a sensitive area. There's some comments we got in community meetings, concerns about traffic. So the petitioner did commission a traffic study. We did take that through. CDOT reviewed it. There are some transportation commitments they'd be making. New left turn here towards the site from Hutchison, and a new left turn lane from Kelly Road to provide for the site. So again, we're not required to do that. We didn't meet the thresholds. We decided to go in after discussions with CDOT and do that. And so there are some additional transportation commitments being offered. This is a conceptual rendering, just to give you a feel for it, something we could show the community so they understand the product type. At this point, I'm going to turn things over to Mo Johnson with Meritage Homes. Let him talk to you a little about the company and their interest in this area. Mo, are you there?
All right. Mr. Johnson, how much time do we have? 3 minutes. We have 3 minutes left, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Colin did a great job in really going through the ins and outs of the petition. However, I just wanted to spend some time to just let you know where Meritage stands and give you a point of reference on Meritage Homes. We are the 7th largest home builder and the 7th largest publicly traded home builder in the country. We've got 17 communities that we're operating in and around the Charlotte MSA. The reason we're really focused and very excited about this project is due in large part to the location and what we've been able to envision with the site. As Colin mentioned before, we've purposefully looked at the site and really tried to maintain and create a sense of destination. A very highly amenitized community. We'll have all the features that you would like in a pool cabana and the like. Given the fact that we are, responsibly looking at how we're going to locate the townhome buildings, as Colin mentioned earlier, there will be several aspects of walking, tot lots, and access to the greenway. And then if you look at the location of the site, what we're seeing significantly is just the need to get to Uptown and the need to get to all the surrounding retail areas. If you look at Riverbend, just across 485, access to the airport and the like, and shopping and recreation. We think that in addition to all of this, you look at the low maintenance lifestyle that we'll be able to convey with the townhomes. So if you ask why townhomes, because townhomes offer a significantly lower maintenance than your traditional single family home. In addition to that, if you didn't know, Meritage Homes offers 100% Energy Star compliant homes on every single home that we offer across the country. So in addition to low maintenance lifestyle will be the most energy efficient homes that production builders offer. So with that being said, just to talk a little bit about the school impact that Colin mentioned earlier, we believe that our target consumers are going to be young families and empty nesters. Which as the traffic study really supports, they will deliver less traffic and less of a traffic impact in and around the surrounding areas. So we're excited about the project. We believe that it's a great attribute to the area, and we believe that it's going to definitely serve some underserved demand.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Brown, I think you have some seconds left.
That's fine, Madam Mayor. Ms. Massey is here to answer questions, so we'll.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Knox, Gary Knox, you have 10 minutes to speak. You don't have to use all 10.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I am Gary Knox, and with me this evening is Rick Ruffin, who is counsel to a specific property owner, and I'm being asked collectively to speak on behalf of the Pleasant Grove community and adjacent property owners, and there are none less than probably 35 adjacent property owners. And I'm going to read an opening statement from Eddie Knox, if I may, just for context. Eddie has delivered to you his letter opposing the rezoning for a host of different reasons. Many of those I will reiterate, but for this evening's context, he would like to say his apologies for not being here, but zoning categories are like a social contract. Yes, Pleasant Grove is not Myers Park, but these citizens and property owners have spent their hard-earned money and efforts on their properties, building their homes, yards, in reliance in what we, the public or the governance, has told them are the rules that apply equally to them and their neighbors under R3 zoning. Now they're being told that you're going to breach that social contract and change the rules to suit a national big corporation who has no other reason other than to salvage a poorly negotiated real estate purchase of 80 acres when only 50% or less is truly developable. This community is not anti-development. They say, develop all you want, just follow the rules that we have followed and relied on. The heading in a petition that's been signed by over 300 plus citizens in the area all say they respect property rights, they respect the fact that properties will be sold, and they respect the fact that they will be developed. They just ask that they be developed under the existing R3 zoning designation. The neighbors are rightfully upset and united in opposition to the destruction of the character of their community and the corporate greed that should not cause them to run roughshod over a social contract. You, as the public servants elected, we also ask that you ask yourselves, who is the public? This united community of ordinary citizens or a big national corporation? Thank you for your service. Now that comes from Eddie. My background is both in the public sector. I have served on a host of different functions, from being the mayor of Cornelius. I served on the MTC. I also chaired the Citizens Advisory Board for CMUD policy for 2 years. I was on it for 6. I've been a chamber president, et cetera. But in 34 years of real estate, the way I got involved with this matter, I got a call following the first community meeting, and they were sharing with me the applicant's presentation and what the zoning was being sought. And I said, that doesn't sound right. I said, I'll get back to you. I went and reviewed the application, the applicant's presentation to the community, and I came to a conclusion, this doesn't look right. Then after exhaustive work and with a host of resources and information, I came to a very clear conclusion, this is not right. It is not right in the context of the application. It is not right in the context of the land use with where it is. If you will, let's fast forward 3 slides, please. Thank you. Going to candid misrepresentations. From my experience, I knew that a CMS report was something other than this half page that was posted in a the half page in the community neighborhood did not show the CMS recommendation. And for the point of the community, I need to say that this community will have more than the calculated number of students because the units are so small. There are no bedrooms downstairs. I can tell you firsthand that does not appeal to empty nesters. This approval will push the capacity at Mountain Island pre-K or K-8 to 162% of capacity. And the Pleasant Grove neighborhood embraces that school and is looking to ensure the quality of education within its school, in spite of the fact that there's been a host of developments approved that will continue to compound the capacity there. Let's slide past the CMS. Next slide, please. All right, buffers. Buffers were addressed in the first community meeting and came to the second community meeting on February the 12th. And yet the plan showed February the 12th was not the revised plan, which had already come back on February the 7th to the applicant or back to the city. And there was also that representation in the community meeting that there was not a traffic study merited or warranted. However, in talking to CDOT staff prior to that meeting, I understood that they had requested the traffic impact analysis study, and it was going on at that point in time. That put a lot of bad taste in a lot of folks' mouth back in the community. Going back to this next slide, I'm going to be short on time.
How much time do you have?
I've got 3.3 minutes, and I'm working on it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm going as fast as I can. The conditional zoning district is what this is. When a conditional zoning is approved, there is an understanding that there is a host of notes and conditions associated with that approved plan that protects the public, protects the future residents, and protects the adjacent property owners. This plan has none of those things that the community is looking for as it relates to true conditions. Environmental conditions are left to be permitted or defined at time of permitting. The very notes say that the plan itself is schematic in nature and that the streets, the buffers, and the buildings and the building types can change. That is not the type of security in a conditional zoning that this neighborhood is seeking. Let's go to the next slide. Thank you. This is the meat. I'm going to allow you to read it versus me reading it. But the point is, there is a clear understanding of what is allowed in a rezoning relative to neighborhood plans, district plans, corridor plans. And this application makes assumptions that there have been changes to the Northwest District plans. It makes other assumptions that are out of character and change the nature of the application. When we say that the Northwest District plan recommends 4 DUA in this area, that is not correct. It says up to 4 DUA, and it's very clear on page 13 that it says that the densities less than 4 DUA are not precluded in this base density. Another sentence, establishing a base density of up to 4 DUA simply provides the opportunity for a variety of lot sizes. This area historically had just well and septic. The neighborhood under development across the street, Sutton Farm, has water and sewer, developed under R3. Those lots are 8,000 square feet. They have 60 feet of road frontage per the R3 zoning. I need to move a little bit faster. We also think that the applicant has misinterpreted the ordinance. By definitions in the ordinance, multifamily units are 4 or more units in a building. If you look at the site plan, there are only 3 buildings out of all those buildings of less than 4 units. The long-range land use plan says that this area will be single family. By your own designation, multifamily is the application. We think that that is wrong. Next slide. Next slide. I've covered that. Next slide. Next slide. This is the exhibit that shows the future land use for the area in question to be single family up to 4 DUA. Not that it is.
Mr. Knox, I have to stop you there. We need to follow our rules for the time limits, and so you completed 10 minutes. The council will discuss and talk about or ask any additional questions. But right now, I need to give Mr. Brown 2 minutes as a rebuttal time to your remarks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Wanted to clarify, I think one of the initial slides Mr. Knox showed, I don't know if he spoke to it, but it said Meritage has purchased this property. That's not correct. Meritage has it under contract, and this is very much their plan, so they didn't make a mistake. They're purchasing the property. They'd like to develop this townhome concept. As far as the social contract, obviously, we do a lot of rezonings here in Charlotte. But I would say that we saw the Northwest District, and that plan was adopted in 1990. That means that 3 years ago, the City Council at that time thought this was appropriate for, that's fair, up to 4 dwelling units per acre. This petition would only be at 3.4, so that is just slightly over the existing zoning. Also, and Mr. Petner, someone can correct me, typically we characterize townhomes as attached single-family units. So I think we are consistent with the plan. That is, if you want to call it a social contract, I think that land use policy has been in place for a long time, and that is a recommendation we're consistent with. As far as the traffic study, if at the initial community meeting, I think I probably certainly said we are not required to do a traffic study because we did not hit the thresholds. But we have done a traffic study based on concerns, some feedback from CDOT, and so this petition does include transportation improvements that I think would not be provided if someone developed this by right. So, I'll stick with the same comments on schools and traffic. Certainly understand the concerns in the area, but as both CMS and CDOT has put in their memos, the expectation would be that this townhome development that's proposed by Meritage would generate fewer students and fewer trips developed by right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown. All right. Questions from council? I want to recognize Ms. Watlington.
Well, my questions were all addressed to Mr. Knox's presentation and the rebuttal. So I have more, but I'll ask offline as they come up.
All right. Are there other questions for the petitioner or the opposition? Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have multiple questions, and there were multiple points that were raised by Mr. Knox. So, Mr. Brown, if you could just take a look at Mr. Knox's presentation and provide a response for each item that's being raised as a follow-up, I would appreciate it.
We'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay, and just one question for Mr. Knox. I did not catch his. So, do you live in the neighborhood, or are you representing a neighborhood in an official capacity as attorney?
I am not an attorney. My Uncle Eddie Knox is an attorney, as is Mr. Ruffins, who is here. I am a real estate professional whose area of expertise is land sales, lot sales. I've sold over 2,200 townhome pads. I understand the issues. I understand development, and that's my role. I was asked to present on behalf of a very large concerned community.
Got it. So,
I didn't do a good job.
Okay, do you live in the neighborhood? Is it
No,
there?
I live in Davidson, and prior to that, I lived in Cornelius for 21 years. I work in all the towns in North Mecklenburg.
Thank you. So there was a buffer question. I didn't quite catch that. There was a lot of items that Mr. Knox had gone through. Can you pull up, our staff, can you pull up the presentation where there's an item around buffer? I didn't quite catch that. So, Mr. Brown, if you could just quickly address that item, and then rest of the items you could just send me in a follow-up email.
I'll try to do that from this presentation, and I think Mr. Knox is representing some of these property owners that are adjacent to the site. So one of the things we're showing here is we're showing a buffer between the townhomes and the adjacent properties. I think the point that he is making is we do have an area, this area right here. I believe this is Ms. Phelps's property where she lives, and we have a proposed street adjacent to her property. And we did have our plans are changing. Initially, we did not have the street adjacent to it. I think the city staff asked us to put the street adjacent to it so there wouldn't be a spike strip connections could be made in the future. So the plan that we then showed at the community meeting had a street adjacent to the property. Ms. Phelps is concerned about that. This is her property. She has development on 3 sides. We have proposed to Mr. Knox an alternate plan that would provide some buffering around Ms. Phelps's property in this location. That is not currently a commitment. We proposed something. I don't think it was well received. So we are still showing the proposed street in this area here.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I certainly liked what I saw in terms of preserving the open space, which is over 30 acres, and also the energy efficiency. But I do look forward to getting your responses for all the items that were raised by Mr. Knox. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the petitioner or the opposition? Hearing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
And do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Let's, Mr. Eggleston, the motion to close.
Hey, Mayor, I'm sorry.
Okay. Ms. Johnson?
I'm sorry, I had my hand up. I have a question for the city staff or Taiwo, if I could.
Yes, ma'am, he's here.
Okay, good. Okay, some of the feedback that we've gotten from the community is that they are outside of the city limits and were not engaged in the discussions about the 2040 comprehensive plan. So that was a concern, or at least that was brought to our attention. They're also leaning on the plan that as we heard, was adopted in 1990. So that causes the confusion or frustration for many residents because it's not consistent with the plan that they're looking at and they rely on. Can you speak to this community, or is there plans to engage them in discussions about the 2040 comprehensive plan that might help ease some of the frustration in the future, or for this petition specifically?
Thank you very much, Councilmember Johnson. What I can do is to send you a map of our engagement activities over the last year and a half, and we have, as much as possible, engaged, at least communicated engagement activities to residents of ETJs all throughout. Not only that, we've also partnered with the county on their comprehensive, their Parks and Recreation Master Plan they're working on, which obviously goes outside of the city to engage folks who live outside of Charlotte but in the county. So we've covered as much ground as possible, and I can share that map with you as well. Now, obviously, we advertise this, and people may not be able to attend some of these meetings, so we will take another look at that. We're not done yet. We're in the third phase, and we will make sure that if there are gaps in outreach, we will address those as we go forward. What I do know for a fact, though, is that this particular petition is being found to be consistent with the Northwest District Plan, even though it's an older plan, but it's been found to be consistent, at least by staff, with the plan. And again, therein lies the challenge that we have as a community when we have multiple district plans and area plans that are as old as 1990. Obviously, that's not acceptable, and the times that we're in are obviously very different from the recommendations that were in place in 1990. And so we'll make sure that for this particular community, we will go ahead and reach out and just make sure that they understand what's going on as part of a comprehensive plan, and if there are areas where we can meet with them and answer additional questions for them. But I mean, the shortest answer is that we've reached out to everyone in the city, in the ETJ, and even outside the city.
Thank you.
Okay, I think did I have a motion to close, Ms. Kelly? We have a motion to close. So I'll start off with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
So is there anyone in opposition to closing the hearing? With that, we will close the public hearing. It's the unanimous approval. So the next item on our agenda is item 26, petition 2019-167 by Grubb Management, LLC, for approximately 0.7 of an acre located south side of State or north of Katona Avenue. It's in District 2. The current zoning is general industrial and single-family residential, 8 units per acre. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development. Because the staff does not recommend approval of this petition in current form, then we will have 10 minutes for the petitioner and 10 minutes for people against, and then that. So I'm going to read the list of speakers so that you'll see how the time is working. There are 5 people that want to speak for and 5 people that wish to speak against. Mike Whitehead, Jatanya Adams, Colin Brown, Clay Grubb, and Eric Applefield for. Against, Bradford Webb, Nick Lovelock, Philip Butts, Amar Johnson, and I apologize for mispronouncing any I know it's going to be mispronounced. So Vitias Palubinska also. So with that, we'll hear from the staff presentation first, and then we'll go to the speakers for and against.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2019, 167.7 acres. It is on State Street in Katona Ave. You can see the property here highlighted in yellow. Next slide, please, just to give some context of where we are. We've got Savona Mill and Blue Blaze Brewing right there across from this site here. Current zoning is I2. You can see we actually have split zoning of the property. We do have some R8 zoning on the back end on the Katona side, but on State Street, we're looking at an I2 zoning. The current proposed zoning that we're looking at this evening is a MUD O with mixed use development optional. It's adopted future land use plan. This is from the Central District Plan, another one of our older plans from 1993. It does recommend multifamily for the majority of the site. You can see that in that orange hatch. And also we've got a portion of the site that is single family residential recommendation up to 8 DUA. That's that yellow area, orange area here. So we do have some mix of recommendations as well from this district plan on this property. Next slide. The proposal itself is for up to 104 multifamily residential units. That would equate out to about 148 DUA on 0.7 acre site. We do have an optional provision, which is to reduce parking requirements to a total of 6 parking spaces on site. We have limitation of building height to a maximum of 70 feet, and also uses would just be multifamily development. We do have a workforce housing program option that would ensure 50% of those units, so 52, would be maintained for a period not less than 15 years at monthly rents that earning not more than 80% AMI. We're also getting some proposed streetscape improvements for 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk, as well as extension of the proposed sidewalk beyond the site's frontage along State Street to connect down to the Stewart Street Greenway, which you can see here at this identified crossing. We also have some design standards related to building materials, massing, and roof form and articulation. Next slide. At the moment, staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. Generally, our main concerns with this petition is the scale of the building. I feel like that height is just a little bit taller than what we would like to see within this area, particularly given the narrow size of the lot. It really doesn't allow for some of that height to be dispersed across the site to give us some transitions where you could maybe lower the building a little bit closer to some of the single family and keep it taller in some other areas. We also have some concerns about the required ask about parking with just 6 spaces for 104 units. We are within a half a mile of the future Lynx Gold Stop line. There are some bus routes in the general area and the Greenway, but we still feel like that is a more significant reduction than we would even typically see around some of our transit areas that have access to the light rail. And also, while we have the site providing 50% of those units that would be affordable up to 80% AMI, just feel overall the size and scale of the building and the lack of available parking can make some potential land use incompatibilities and put some additional strain on some of those existing adjacent single family homes, particularly parking along Katona Avenue. So at the moment, as we mentioned, we're not recommending approval in its current form. Look forward to continuing to work with the petitioner and the community to see if we can come up with some solutions that maybe provide a petition that staff can support. But at the moment, those are our concerns, and that's where our recommendation falls at the moment.
All right. So now we'll go to the speakers for the petition. You'll have 10 minutes. Mike Whitehead, Jatanya Adams, Colin Brown, and Clay Grubb. And Eric Applefield, sorry. I don't know who's going to lead us off. I'm assuming Mr. Whitehead.
I'll lead off, Madam Mayor. This is Colin.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, Colin Brown, after the development team, very proud to be working on this rezoning. As you heard, we'll be here today. You'll hear from the property owner, Mike Whitehead. He currently owns the property. The petitioner is Grubb Properties. Eric Applefield is the project lead. He is on the call, and Clay Grubb should also be on the call. Should also point out that Cluck Design has been very intimately involved in this, and though they're not on the slide. I think Dave did a great job on orientation. We've got a lot to cover, so I'll move quickly. But here we are in Seversville, within a quarter mile of several important amenities, especially the Stewart Creek Greenway. Here's a look at the current property. As Dave mentioned, it's currently zoned I2. That's our heavy industrial zoning. I think it's used for some sort of mechanic shop. So this is not really a contributing property. I think redevelopment would be helpful. The reason we're here, this council has repeatedly for the last 3 years challenged the development community to respond to our affordable housing crisis. They repeatedly challenged, my clients, all the development teams, to try and find ways to develop more affordable housing. The reason we're here today is this is the Grubb team's effort to do that, requesting no public subsidy. So as Dave mentioned, this is a development team coming forward and showing you a way to provide 50% of the units, and in this case, that'd be 52 units at affordable for under 80% of AMI for 15 years. That's where we are now. That's with no public support on that. So that's the request. How do we do that? The plan, and Clay Grubb has been out front talking about this, one of the things driving up the cost of housing so much is parking. And so the key element of this rezoning petition is a parking reduction. So as Dave mentioned, essentially we're asking for no vehicular parking for this site. As you all know, in urban locations like this, when we build structured parking, that costs about $30,000 a parking space. Additionally, we have the space that those parking spaces take up. If we were building parking on the site, there would be less room for units. So this is a very innovative request that the Grubb team has put forward. For some reason, my slides aren't advancing. Again, aerial view here, currently showing 104 residential units, 5 stories of height. Here are the affordability levels. Again, this is completely voluntary. We'll look at the aerial, and we have the Grubb team on if you would like to have further conversations with them. This is a look at the plan view. The Cluck team is very involved. These guys are involved with Stoke Easy Cycling Studio. So the idea, the entire intent of this project, there's no cars, because the goal of this is this be a carless development. Really no new housing units in Charlotte I'm aware of where you can come rent a unit and not have to pay to store your car. So the Grubb team hopes that we are at a point in Charlotte, I certainly agree, where we can build 100 units, not have to have on-site parking. I think this will be greatly embraced. As Dave mentioned, we do have transit in the area, and we have direct access to the Stewart Creek Greenway. So what you see here is a ground floor plan showing the alternate modes of transportation that will be allowed. A lot of focus on bicycling, a lot of focus on other modes of transportation. And so that is the idea that if you, it's not for everyone, it's certainly not for me, but if folks move in this building, they want to have a carless lifestyle. And by doing that, we're able to offer 50% of the units affordable, and the other units will be less than most new market rate units because we're not paying to build that storage. I'm sorry, working on advancing slides here. Another view. This is a look at the building profile. If you were looking at it from State Street, Stewart Creek Greenway on this side, I think the team has done a lot to orient the building based on feedback that we've gotten from the neighborhood. Another look here, and one of staff's comments is concerns about height. So this is a look, wanted you to be able to see this from State Street. We have a lower level podium that'll have the amenities, and then there are 4 stories of retail on top of that. 58 feet here, 62 at the top. And one of the concerns that staff mentioned was how that relates to other buildings in the area. And, a few years ago, not that long ago, Seversville was an area of small 1-story bungalows. Please take a drive through Seversville today. I didn't really understand gentrification and displacement until I started working in this community. And look what's happening. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. There's a lot of new development. But this is a look at a new townhomes developed just up the street. This is also on State Street. Our project would be down the hill. And so this is what's allowed to be developed by right in the R8. So as I mentioned, staff had concerns about our building at 5 stories. This building's 1, 2, 3 with a rooftop terrace. It really takes it up to 4 stories. And you can see behind it, here is a traditional Seversville bungalow, and next to that is a 2.5-story new home with a basement. So the new development we're seeing in Seversville is much taller. It's much larger in scale than the traditional neighborhood. I think that is going to continue to develop. The lots adjacent to the site on State Street are, to me, like they would be redeveloped, and I don't think they'll be redeveloped as 1-story bungalows. I think it'll look much more like what you see on the screen, and when that happens, I think our development will not appear as inconsistent. Some of the feedback we've gotten from the neighborhood, and we've gotten a lot, but I wanted to show the responses. We've lowered the height of the building. Initially, we were at 6 stories. We're down to 5. We've reduced the unit count. We're at 140. We're now down to 104. We have fewer bedrooms than we did initially. We've eliminated a driveway on Katona. Initially, you were able to drive through the site, connect the streets. We've taken that off the board. And finally, we've reoriented the building so activated uses face the group. I know there's some neighborhood opposition. We're happy to address that. And I'll address that if we have an opportunity in our rebuttal. And I'll turn it over to Mike Whitehead for a brief minute, and then Jatanya Adams will round us up. Mike, are you there?
Yep, okay, all right. Hey, guys, so thank you for this, Madam Mayor, council members. It's good to see many of you again. My name is Mike Whitehead, and I've been the owner of the property for 18 years. I also own a property on Summit Avenue, which is about a mile away, that I've owned for 22 years. So I've been a huge supporter and advocate of this neighborhood, and I want to be sure that I'm, continuing to make good things happen here. And I was very impressed when I was approached by the Grove development team as to what they're going to do. I believe many of you may know Darrell Williams, and Darrell Williams, who is, for those of you who've been around for a while, is one of our community leaders. He was on the county commission for many years. He was instrumental in the development, actually, of the Greenway system itself. So that shows you how long I've been around. But he is an extraordinary community leader, county commissioner, former county commissioner, also the president of Neighboring Concepts, an architectural firm. He lives in the area, in the neighborhood of Wesley Heights, with his wife. He also owns his own firm, which is about a mile away from the site. So I received a letter from Darrell Williams again, and he asked me if I could read that and share that with you since he can't be there. He's working on a project in Asheville. It's actually a very cool project that I found out about. So I want to read this this is from Darrell Williams, architect and former county commissioner. And he said it's his distinct honor to put this letter to the council and the mayor and the city. He said, as some of you know, I'm a resident of the adjacent Wesley Heights neighborhood and a business owner in West End. As a nearby resident and business owner, I'm urging you to please support the rezoning of this project. And here are the 3 reasons that he gave, by the way. So he said, 1, overdue quality housing options. This development is going to provide much needed quality housing in an area that for too long has been without good, diverse housing options for those not requiring much space. Despite the rising home values in some close-in neighborhoods such as my neighborhood, the variety of housing options helps to maintain some diversity within the neighborhood. Like most inner-city, urban neighborhoods close to the center city, the Seversville neighborhood is no exception regarding the rising cost of housing. The idea of having approximately 95 studio apartments in this neighborhood, which has direct access to the Greenway, it's literally right on the Greenway, less than 1 mile from the Gold Line, would be an amazing opportunity. So that's the first point of 3. The second point is affordability. While we all know there's a greater need for housing with the area median income of 30 to 40%, homes with 80% AMI are still needed by so many residents in our community. More than anything, residents who do not need parking will not have to pay a premium or subsidize parking spaces that they do not need and will not use. For too long, we've become so dependent on the automobile, assuming that everyone has a car or cannot survive without a car. Neither one of those is true. It's time to get more creative. It's time to think outside the box and not continue to subsidize everyone and make them pay for parking whether they use the parking spaces or not. Well, what if we tried something different? If the developer of properties is willing to take a risk and develop units that would be more affordable for residents who do not own cars, why not allow them to do that? It has worked in other communities, and I'm confident if given the opportunity, it can work here in Charlotte.
Mr. Whitehead?
Yes.
Your 10 minutes are up. I apologize that time goes by really quickly, but we have to follow those rules. So the 10 minutes are up. You have 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'm going to ask we have 3 speakers that are on the call who are in opposition to the project. Bradford Webb, Amar Johnson, and Vilitis Palubinska. And I apologize if I miscorrected or when I mispronounced your name. So with that, Mr. Webb, will you start us off?
Viltis is going to start us off.
Who's going to start us off?
Viltis Publicanis.
Thank you.
Actually, Amar Johnson will be kicking us off. Sorry.
My bad.
Okay, I'm not sure who I'm speaking with. Hello? Amar Johnson? Mr. Amar Johnson?
Yes, this is Amar Johnson.
Okay, you're going to start?
Okay, thank you.
All right, 10 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Valles and Charlotte City Council. I'm Amar Johnson, the president of the Seaversville Community Organization. I am here today representing on behalf of the Seaversville community to voice serious concerns about the Stewart Creek Greenway project for you to take in consideration and be appropriate when reviewing this project. First and foremost, the Seaversville Community Organization welcomes and embraces development. However, the development must be well planned and designed. This project is not. After numerous meetings with Director of Development for Guerrero Properties, Eric Applefield, it became very apparent Guerrero Properties intends to ignore the ideas and suggestions of the community by being stubborn to make sufficient improvements to the plans. Therefore, the Seaversville community will oppose this monstrosity of a project that will have an adverse effect on the community. Homeowners will be left with the longevity and negative economic and social impacts. Per the pre-hearing analysis from staff review, this project is not recommended. Additionally, Colin Brown, the lawyer for Guerrero Properties, stated in a meeting last week with Seaversville that he does not recommend this project. He would not live here. The key objective points this project, so the reason why it's not recommended, include but are not limited to: there's no parking, it's grossly insufficient through willful omission. And let me be clear, when I say that, it's because Guerrero Properties wants to put in their lease that residents has to sign away their rights to own a car. They are actually forcing them to say they will not own a car, and if they do, they said they will evict them. Number two, there's no objective data for this project. There has been no real estate appraisal. The highest and best use has not been determined. That is the single most important thing in a real estate appraisal when developing land. Additionally, there's no market data analysis stating or supporting that anyone wants to live this lifestyle with no vehicle in Charlotte. They're using opportunity zoning money. Seaversville is not a low-income, economically depressed area. The average median price of a home being built in Seaversville now is north of $500,000. Additionally, I would like to bring attention to everyone that a few years ago, the city of Charlotte conducted an upward mobility study. Please review that study. There were 5 major areas. One is it's income inequality. That is a very key point in parallel about this project. Secondly, it is family structure. Third is education. That is also a very key because the segregation and academic achievements are closely linked together. Fourth is race, and fifth is social capital. Social capital measures the level of trust between people groups, and races. It also stated that lower social capital is directly associated with lower economic mobility. This lease restricts the residents owning the car. This lease will decrease the residents' opportunity of cultural exposure, which means there is a likelihood that the chances of police brutality, racial injustice, and social injustice will increase in the city of Charlotte. Fifth is the safety. Sixth is a poor design. And seventh, there is a affordable housing right up the street called the Seaversville Apartments. It's on the corner of State Street and Sumter Avenue. Guerrero Properties should consult with the Seaversville apartment ownership. It is a much better model design for complexes. In closing, please do the right thing. Join myself and staff analysis in being lockstep in rejecting this project as is. I would now like for you to hear from the leader of the Economic Development Committee for Seaversville Organization, Viltis Palabiscus. Viltis, you can speak.
Viltis? All right. We'll stop until okay. All right.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, this is Vintis Polovinskas. I live on Katona Avenue on the same block as the land in question. The premise for this project is based on the assumption that people are able to live in Seversville without a car or direct access to public transportation. The Seversville community has major concerns about this assumption. Over 400 neighbors have signed a petition citing concerns related to parking and the height of the building. We asked Grub to share market research to validate their assumptions, and we asked to see comparable developments in areas with similar population and retail density. Grub has not provided either. After hearing the community's concerns regarding parking and height, Grub created a new site plan, reducing unit count by 25% and parking by 70%, 20 parking spots down to 6. It's difficult to access essential services in this area, such as grocery stores, pharmacies, and healthcare without a car. The FDA labels this area as a food desert. For reference, Aldi is the closest grocery store, a little over a mile away. The pre-hearing analysis flags the lack of parking and lack of height transition as well. If Grub's assumption is wrong, the residents will end up parking on the street, risking eviction. This project does not set up residents for success. Street parking is already heavily utilized in the area. The older homes don't have garages, so people park their second and sometimes third cars in the street. Some homes don't even have driveways. There's not enough curb space to accommodate the parking of 100 additional people and their guests. Approving this project would set a new precedent for building apartments in Charlotte without validating the assumptions behind it. It's odd that Grub is pushing for this project when city staff and the Seversville community don't approve. Over to you, Blake.
Hello? Was that the end? Did we,
Blake,
I think we lost the volume or lost the connection.
Hi, this is Blake Webb. I'm also listed as Bradford Webb as a speaker today.
Okay.
I am a resident of Seversville, and I live on State Street within a throwing arms distance of the land in question. The most important factor for this project to be successful is the location. And innovative properties of this nature need to have a practicality to them that makes it a highly successful venture for the builders and the neighborhood to coexist together. I'd like to discuss some of my main concerns about this property and ask that we do not approve this building with its current design. Number one, you've heard it from everyone, parking. The idea of having a 100-plus residential building in Charlotte might make sense if it were located in a highly condensed area with many surrounding businesses where residents could easily commute via bicycle to their professions, grocery stores, and other daily necessities. At the proposed location on State Street, this will not be possible without the addition of multiple infrastructural pieces. The new design only allows for up to 6 parking spaces, which is not feasible for the location. Ideally, Grub would at least maintain 1 parking space or more, similar to other properties in the neighborhood, to keep a massive overflow of parking from spilling onto State Street. Locally, there's one apartment complex that has 47 units called Seversville Apartments. This residence pricing is approximately 35% lower in cost than Grub's proposed pricing, and each unit still includes 1 parking space. With the allotted 1 parking space per household, they still have an overflow of parking onto the street. Grub has mentioned that all residents of this new complex will be required to sign an affidavit, making it mandatory that residents cannot own a car. With many people coming to State Street to walk their dogs down the Greenway or to visit Blue Blaze Brewery, this will not be enforceable. Last on my list, Viltis covered it as well, is my concern for groceries and grocery stores. The residents located at this area will be over a mile away, and it would take up to 30 minutes to walk and 12 minutes to drive their car if they had one. In summary, this location is not practical. Without strict enforcement of the parking situation, I believe that over time or in extreme circumstances, the scope of the parking mandates will start to creep and they will not be enforced at all. The only way to remedy this would be to design an appropriate amount of parking spaces and allow residents to own a car. And that's it for me.
All right, how many minutes are left? There's 1 minute left, so if we're done, we'll go ahead and say that minute, and we'll have the rebuttal for Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me be clear. I support this project. It's not for me. I don't think anybody can imagine me only walking and biking. But I think it's great for our community. We had a follow-up meeting with the members of the community, and I don't know if I can still have access to my slides. But I would say, some of the comments we got are, we support this. Well, this should be built in South End. And what I'll say to you all is, can you imagine if we had built this in South End 15 years ago when property was affordable before the boom got here? That would have been fantastic. You couldn't possibly build this in South End because of the land cost and do half of it affordable. This is an opportunity to do this at Straight Street in a area that is on fire. If we had the slides, we could show you the Savona Mill development just north of this with 250,000 square feet to be developed. Right just south of the site at Jesco, Third and Urban has announced another $250,000 project. So this area is about to explode. If we don't get some affordability in Seversville now, we're going to lose the opportunity. So I agree, this would be great in South End. We can't do it in South End. And if we don't do it in Seversville, we'll lose this opportunity. I'm going to give the remaining time to Jatanya Adams, if you're still there, Jatanya.
Hi, Colin. Yes, I am. And thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilman, for hearing from me. First, I want to address the fact that together I think we can work to a win. Secondly, I-2 has been a problem for the Five Points area for decades, and we must rezone this property to Mud O. We have been relegated to mostly manufacturing type facilities. And when my neighbors saw I-2 properties change for townhomes, the scale of what you've seen, costing $400,000 to $500,000, there was no pushback about traffic because it helped the property values. Mr. Pruitt fought for over 20 years for us to get affordable housing. He didn't want to see our seniors displaced. I followed Mr. Pruitt's lead. The SEO community, those who've lived there for 3 to 50 years.
Ms. Adams, thank you for your time and thank you for the rebuttal. So we are going to now open it up for the council to ask questions, and I start with Mr. Eggleston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to all the speakers. I think this is a fascinating project. I realize why it creates the anxiety and the discomfort it does for some. I think we all take that seriously. And I don't think that we could necessarily put thousands of units around the city like this overnight and expect them to be filled with people who live a carless lifestyle. But I do think that we are a city now approaching 900,000 people that probably has a couple hundred, I think probably far more, but certainly has a couple of hundred folks who live a carless lifestyle. And I am interested to hear, and my first question will be to Colin or Clay or whoever wants to field it, around what they envision being their method for enforcing the contract that they'll ask people to sign that they will not have a car. But I think, I did a quick Google Map search, and this is 0.3 of a mile from a bus stop, half a mile from a future Gold Line streetcar stop, and 1 mile by way of the Greenway, a direct connection into Uptown at Fraser Park. So this is, frankly, very close, and to mass transit, but also to walk or bike into Uptown if that's where you work. And would also, with that Greenway connection, as we finish over the course of the next, I think 12 months is the timeline for us to finish the 6th Street cycle track, of which we've done half, that will connect down to that Greenway at Ray's Splash Plant and near Fraser Park. So we are building the infrastructure that will allow this to be a connected community for things other than automobiles. And I think that this is the kind of thing that if we want to move towards a more multimodal approach to transit in our community, we've got to start experimenting with things like this. And I think if there is a way that the petitioner can provide confidence to the residents here that this is an enforceable covenant in the lease, that folks cannot own a car, I certainly think that there are enough people to fill this in our community who want to live that lifestyle. So that's the one assurance I need to hear from the petitioner, if they can address that now, how they'll enforce that.
Yeah. Clay has given a lot of thought to that. I saw Clay on a moment ago. You have a good connection, Clay, if you can answer that.
Okay, am I coming through clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us tonight. And Larkin, thanks for your comments. At Grubb Properties, we have been focusing on moving away from cars for a number of years. My first real exposure was when the Knight Foundation took me to Copenhagen, and took John Lewis and Deborah Campbell and myself with Charles Thomas. And it was really fascinating to realize how impactful parking is to the cost of housing. And today I really think this is a vote between cars or housing. And, to put parking under this building, it would cost us about $30,000 a space, which would cost another $250 a month in rent, or $3,000 a year in rent. The average American spends $9,000 a year on their car. So you're talking about $12,000 change in trajectory. And if you're making $25,000 to $45,000 a year, it's a very material amount of money. And so, we originally looked at doing a light parking program here.
Clay, I'll save you the time. I'm sold on the concept. I think the neighbors just want to know how you enforce it.
Right, and that's what I was saying. We were looking at a light parking program here, and what we realized was that was not going to be enforceable because it was going to get really hard to decide, okay, who has 30 parking spaces out of 100? And so that's when we went to a program that said you cannot own a car if you live here. You have to sign that in your lease, and we're going to require that you don't own a car. We also are in active conversations with CATS to bring the bus stop back to this site. So it won't be 0.3 of a mile. It'll be 3 to 5 feet to the bus stop. And I actually jogged this, I guess, until it was under construction, and now you can't get by there right now. But also the delivery will be almost 4 years from now before we finish, just because of all the permitting and everything else it takes to build. So we think that this is a great opportunity, and we're doing it with our impact funds, which is why we're able to deliver something that typically wouldn't be financeable. And so for the city to get something like this, I think will be a great experiment, because there won't be a ton of these around the city until lenders can actually see it work.
I agree with everything. I didn't get a whole lot of specificity around if you've done other projects like this. I know you had something that was either lighter parking or no parking in Chapel Hill, and what sort of compliance you've seen with something that you've done would be preferable, or something that you've seen someone else do, the level of compliance and the methods of enforcement.
Well, I mean, for our enforcement standpoint, we will evict you if you buy a car. You have to sign in your lease that you will not own a car. And with the neighbors, I think they will help us police it. I think we'll be the first to hear when they see somebody consistently parking on the street and coming down. In all of our projects, we bring a lot of cycle infrastructure and a lot of other means of movement, and with what's going to happen across the street, all your amenities and a lot of your job market will be right here in walking distance.
All right.
Larkin, can I do a follow-up to that?
Yes, ma'am.
By law, can you deny someone a housing or rental property because they have a car? I don't know what the fair housing laws are. Is that something that you could legally do?
Car ownership is not a protected class.
Okay.
Yes, we can legally do it.
And that's the way the leases would be written?
Yeah, as long as we consistently apply it. The fair housing rules require consistency. So if we were to make an exception, that's when we could get dragged in for fair housing.
If I lived right there, that would certainly be my primary concern as well. So I can appreciate that folks are saying the street parking situation is already untenable, and that this, if not enforced, could make it worse. So I think the enforcement here is critical But again, as a opportunity for us to try new things from a city that wants to rely more heavily on transit and support the transit infrastructure that we're already making investments in, like the Gold Line and like our cycle network and pedestrian network, and for a city that is looking for creative new ways to address our affordable housing shortage. There's a lot about this that's really exciting. I think that piece around the parking is going to be the part where whatever you can do to give assurances to the neighbors that will be strictly enforced and that there will be a process in place for them to report folks who are trying to skirt that rule would be critical, because again, this only works if the people who are renting from you are buying into this vision as well. And I think that there are enough people in our community already to fill a place like this that do buy into that vision, but just making sure that they are and that they are adhering to it is critical. So that's all I've got for right now. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Mr. Eggleston did address a couple of my questions, but I have a couple other comments in the question. First, I want to just say that we have right here a landowner and a developer who are both from Charlotte, and who I know both of them, and it's very commendable that we've got two parties right now that have a proven record of caring a lot about this community and wanting to do what's right for the community. We don't always have that, with all due respect to developers out there, but that's not always the case. And so I do believe that they in earnest want to see something transformational in this community that helps keep great places to live affordable, and tries out different models. So there's some questions that have to be answered, but I don't, I want us to keep an open mind about trying things that are different. And when you think about the Greenway there and what the possibilities are for this area, and then you think about the High Line or in New York City or the Belt Line in Atlanta, and you can really see the possibilities of living on an alternative trail system or pathway that can take you to work, can take you to where you want to go, and I would believe that a development like this would work on those products. In fact, there would be a long line of people that would love to have that. To that extent, I think that this isn't just about cyclers. This is about seniors also. I believe the number went by pretty quickly, but I think it said 93 units out of the 104 would be studio apartments. If that's roughly the number, that's 90% of those units are studio apartments. So you're not talking about families that are living here. You're talking about seniors. You're talking about single people that want something that's affordable. A studio apartment is a lot more affordable. And our seniors, to have other options to live in a vibrant community, I think is fantastic. That's transportation an issue. And so I would like to ask the developer a question, but I also like to point out, Clay, you mentioned the cost of owning an automobile, operating an automobile in North Carolina, and I sit on the NC First Commission that's looking at how we're going to fund transportation for North Carolina in the future. And I can tell you that with the fact that the highway, I'm just blanking out of that, fund for transportation gas tax is broke. The North Carolina DOT is broke. We have got to find other ways to fund transportation, not only in North Carolina, but in this country, and it's going to fall on the back of people that own cars. That's just a fact. So I believe, just frankly, that the cost of owning an automobile is going to go up. And so we've got to give people other options for how to get around. And so I hope that we're willing to take a chance on something like this, but we have to hear the concerns of other people. I wanted to ask two things. One, Clay, are you open to working with the city of Charlotte on possibly contributing to or building a bus stop that's right near this facility if the city of if CATS is willing to make sure that there's better transit options in the area, more frequent bus routes.
Yeah, we've been in active dialogue with CATS about bringing the bus stop. This was one of the requests we got from the neighborhood, and so far we've had an enthusiastic response. That we haven't gotten a formal commitment one way or another. But I can tell you in the Glen Lennox project that Larkin referred to, where we have heavily invested in getting folks out of cars in Chapel Hill, we are contributing to a much higher upgraded bus stop than is standard, and we would be committed to helping contribute to something like that, to do a really best-in-class bus stop that would be really cool in the neighborhood. And I just want to say, you know, from an architectural standpoint, we are always committed to enhancing the neighborhood. So I do believe the architecture which we deliver will be consistent with the other projects we've built in Charlotte and throughout the country, that we are committed to enhancing the aesthetic appeal of the neighborhood.
Thank you. And then my last question is for Ms. Adams. Tanya, are you still on the line? Is Tanya Adams on the line?
Ms. Adams?
Yes, I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem has a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to know, you've represented the area for a long time, and I guess I wanted to hear a little bit more from other residents, that, such as seniors, that what's the viability for them in terms of finding places to live in the community? Have you gotten feedback from a broader representation of residents?
You know, the Seniorsville Community Organization, under the leadership of Mr. Wallace Pruitt for nearly 20 years, and then myself under his tutelage since 2007, have worked towards getting affordable housing in Seversville. The Seversville apartments, which most didn't know was affordable, is only 50 units, and they've been full for a very long time. So we knew that our seniors needed to be able to age in place. They were being displaced because of the property values and the taxes. And we've all sought a way for people to remain in West End as well. So that's one of the reasons why members of the community that have lived there more than 3 to 5 years, or pretty much have lived there anywhere from 5 to 50, have sought and favored that, along with some new transplants. So it's important that the community remain inclusive, and they also had me and Mr. Pruitt vow that we would do our best to make sure that it remained a mixed income neighborhood and that we had options for all. So this has been a very important project for us for a very long time, this type of a project or some affordable housing, and we did not want a lot of large units. So this is in step with what Clay heard we've been looking for, and I was very pleased to know that he was interested in trying to help us out.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. And with that, I'll just conclude that I understand for the other residents in the area that this kind of it's a lot to absorb. But again, I hope, ask all the questions you need in this next month if we go for a decision a month from now. But I hope we could really be open-minded as to what the possibilities are, because God knows we need some different options in Charlotte for places to break. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Winston.
Thank you. So I've been looking for a apartment project to come to Charlotte that didn't have parking for a long time. So it's very compelling to see something like this come. I've lived in an apartment all my life before I moved to Charlotte, and I can tell you I've never heard anybody pick a place to live based on the ability to park a car. So as we grow into a metropolitan area, this shouldn't be an experiment. This has to become more of a normal thing. So with that said, I would ask the developer and his crew, we haven't seen anything like this in Charlotte, but I would imagine that projects like this do exist in other places. What other markets might you see a development like this pop up in?
So, I mean, certainly this is, you know, the whole trend has changed dramatically. And so we're seeing a lot more of these. I've toured projects that are like this in DC and LA, and we're working with Chapel Hill, and it's moving a lot more. I mean, you think about it, 4 years ago, you know, we were just getting introduced to bike share. Then we got scooters, and now we've got Uber. Now we have Lyft. We're getting ready, by the time we deliver this, we're likely to have autonomous cars. So the world's changing quickly, and I can tell you, if we want to attract the young folks and the talent that we hope to, we've got to have housing that they can afford to live in, and we've got to be able to have options for them to get out of cars, because the car is the number one deterrent to our ability to deliver affordable housing in our urban area.
So, just as I've never heard people that live in apartments before I moved to North Carolina looking for parking spaces in apartments, I've also never heard of the prohibition of owning a car to live in an apartment. So that part of it does give me pause. I would like, another question was asked about the legality, and I know Mr. Grubb answered, but I know we have some lawyers on staff, and I'd like for them to take a swing at that answer and see what their interpretation of the legality of the prohibition about ownership of a car and denial of housing is.
Well, we'll have to get that back to in the follow-up report. Okay.
Is Ms. LeGray not able to comment on that?
Well.
Yes, sir. We will get back to you on that.
Okay. All right. So, I do have some questions to the development team about that, because that does give me serious pause. You mentioned community policing themselves. You mentioned about trying to have a standard that that enforces that prohibition. I feel like that is a very, very dangerous place to be. It's potentially very inequitable. So I would like to hear how you plan to enforce that. Also, I have the hypothetical question. Are you saying that since you're saying in order for somebody to sign a lease and that lease to be accepted, they would have to swear to not get a car? So does this mean that you would not rent to a wealthy person who is buying this as a second or third apartment that owns a automobile that is parked elsewhere?
That is correct.
So a person there would be no subleasing or anything like that. A person could not rent this apartment as a second home and live in South Park and be able to park their car in their driveway. They would not be eligible to rent a property.
Correct. It'd be too difficult for us to police it. So our feeling is you cannot own a car and live in this community. You have to be committed to not owning a car. Correct.
Yeah, and our thinking, Mr. Winston, is that's the draw, that this community, if someone wants to live here, these are folks that don't want to have the car. That's the goal, obviously. You're correct. There's got to be the back end, and I think that's what the Grubb team is trying to figure out. But I think it's really, this is an attraction for the folks that don't have the car. This is where they want to go.
So another part of this type of lifestyle might not be your traditional fuel-fired automobile, but folks might ride a motorcycle or a moped. How are we defining what type of? Is there any type of would nobody be able to own any type of an automobile if they were to live in these places?
And if I could have access to the slides, I'll take you to the one that zooms in on that downstairs area. And Eric Applefield is on. And as I mentioned, Cluck Design and the Spokeasy folks have been very involved in developing this concept. And there are a variety of non-vehicular or non-automobile uses, including the powered bicycles, Pebbles, which was an education in itself for me. I can't get to our slides. If someone can, if you could go to one of the visuals that has the Cluck Design logo on the side.
I don't know that we can. We're trying.
Okay.
I've got 6 other council members that want to speak. So, can we come back to that one, Mr. Winston? You continue.
It's up now.
Oh, it's up. I got it. It's up now, Mr. Winston. Mr. Brown, were you addressing Mr. Winston's question?
I was attempting to, and just a little, of course, I am now the presenter. Thank you. Mr. Applefield or Mr. Grubb, I'll take you to here. I think this goes to Mr. Winston's question of what is going to be there, and I think this takes you into that area, and you can kind of walk through what is available.
So scooters, but those are like the Lime scooters. It wouldn't be like a moped or a motorcycle would not be able to.
Right, Mr. Applefield just texted me and said he can unmute himself to answer. So someone do that.
Yes. So basically, we've designed a number of options. We've got charging stations for scooters. We've got charging stations for e-bikes. We've actually got cargo bikes. So you can ride your bike to the grocery store and fit several bags of groceries. We've got Pebbles. If you want to rain, we've got over 1.5 bike parking spaces per bedroom. Our goal is to, attract folks that are not interested in owning a car. And we do believe that out of the 900,000 people that live in Charlotte, easily there's over 100. In fact, we've got several that don't own a car, including myself. I don't own a car, and one of our folks just sold their car. I mean, it's definitely a trend, and by the time we deliver this, we think it will be more than just a trend.
So, I think I understand, like I said, I am a big fan of the idea of figuring out how do we get to a less car dependent, if not a carless society and in our neighborhoods. However, I do think that the market should push that. And I would hope that I know that as definitely around additional rezonings, we have to make concessions to our neighbors to make things work. But I feel like we're potentially going down a slippery slope here where we are policing one another and choosing the type of people that we want to be in our particular neighborhoods based on externalities that might sound community serving, but can be dangerous. I think of the ideas of HOAs, right? I'm sure they sound great when they first came about, but this idea of creating an extrajudicial system within apartment buildings or within housing based on some type of market demand is dangerous. So I hope that we can find a middle ground. I'm also not opposed to on-street parking, but I know that is something that you're trying to avoid because neighbors in Charlotte don't traditionally like that. I don't like the idea of a prohibition on people's rights of doing what they want with their money when they go to work and earn that. So I hope we can continue to explore this project and find out how to make a parking-less solution to living in Charlotte. But I hope that we can get away from the arbitrary policing of one another by common citizens.
Thank you, Councilman Winston. And this is Eric Applefield. Sorry, I was on mute. But I think this project is really trying to attract people and trying to attract those enthusiasts. we've purposely selected this site also for its proximity to Johnson C. Smith University and Uptown. And then we've partnered with Cluck Design, who owns the Spokeasy and owns obviously the design firm, but that are well integrated into the cycling community. I think we should also point out that we've all experienced over the past 2 months, unfortunately, that we've had to be confined to our residences, and so we're trying to offer solutions where we have storage lockers and refrigerated package lockers that people can order things in and be a little more untethered to the commute, so to speak. So
I understand that, but we need to remember the people that need this type of housing most, and who are not confined by the cost and burden of putting parking and taking away from affordability, are people that could rather do without for $4,000 a year of owning a car because they're trying to make ends meet. Not simply because they have the disposable income for a $1,000 bike. So as we're thinking about it, we don't want to cancel out the improvements that we're trying to make within our communities by, again, being selective. We know we have plenty of people on the west side and all over the city that need affordable housing, but it isn't simply because they choose to not have a car or a vehicle. Is because they cannot afford to own a vehicle and still need to access home and work at the same time. So I hope that we can get this project to a place that offers this housing option to those people, and not just those folks that can afford to live in this type of affordable housing.
Mr. Winston, your points are well taken. And from the beginning, at the outset, we did not have the automobile restriction. The main blowback we've had to this has been concerns about residents here having a car and parking on the street. So we're grappling that. You've made great points, and we'll follow up and continue discussing.
And so I'm saying that to you, and I'm saying that to the community. I mean, listen to what the concerns are. We are trying to appease. One of the biggest thing that when you develop new things in neighborhoods, no matter where it is, it's a NIMBY thing. We don't want other people parking their cars in front of our houses, even though our houses are on public streets. So we are going to have to meet in the middle ground. I would not vote for anything that has a prohibition on people's free will to work hard and spend their money how they see fit.
The one thing I will just add real quick is the problem with that we're seeing is any new product in the neighborhood is, typically running over $400,000 or more. And so we are, today 80% of Americans can't afford the average price of a new home in America, and that's less than $400,000. So we are prohibiting probably 90% of our residents from being able to move into this neighborhood on the current trajectory in which it's at.
Okay, we have Mr. Bakari followed by Ms. Watlington, and then we have the other remaining 4 council members. So if Mr. Winston, are you complete? Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Watlington?
I think Bakari's in front of me.
Oh, you're right. So sorry, Mr. Bakari. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I apologize for that. I'm getting cross-eyed.
Well, I mean, I think anyone, and Colin, you said it earlier, anyone who's paid attention to this council over the last 3 years, there's been a call to action for exactly what we're seeing here. So anyone who's surprised by, honestly, the only people that should be surprised are us that we actually got it, tossed back to us in the form of a project approval. So kudos to that to begin with. And I just say that, the only reason why we probably haven't had it to date is because somebody in the private sector has to step up and stake their money on it being successful or not. Will people come or not? So the people who are commenting and asking, well, are we taking away people's rights and are they allowed to have cars? I think the fact of the matter is they don't have to live here in this type of concept if they don't like that. And the GRUB organization will succeed or fail based on that wager. And I'm assuming based on the organization we know they are, they've done a lot of research and diligence on understanding if this rather large bet that makes housing more affordable can work. So I'll applaud you there, as well as understand after what my colleague Councilman Winston said. I think there's a fairness to that point too, and we've been asking for these things. It seems like based on your response to him that you had to maneuver based on what we know is when things happen in your backyard, what you're going to say and how it's going to impact you and how you view it differently to create the kind of the enforcement mechanism for having a car that you have thus far. If you can't figure it out in a logical way that doesn't create a burdensome environment for the neighbors around them, I think you may want to call around council and see if they have the same appetite to allow you to back away from that requirement, because I think it's something people should sign on for 100%. But we do not want to create neighbors being the enforcement mechanism, because honestly, we have plenty of that already. It's called next door. But if there are other ways that you can figure out that are a little more simple, which are like, I don't know the legalities of this, but the ability to just see that no one has a registered car to themselves in North Carolina. I don't know if that's public or whatever. I'd explore some of that, but if you can't find anything, I think it'd be wise to circle back to the city council members to see if that is something that is a requirement in our mind to be able to do something we've been asking for 3 years. So the devil's in the details. This is the first time I've seen it. I guess my final question is for you, Mr. Brown. Will this allow you, I know you do a lot of rollerblading on the weekends, would you be able to rollerblade into this, or would that not be okay in this model?
Yeah, I think I've been properly quoted that this is not for me. But as Clay mentioned, I think there are thousands of people that this would be for, just not Colin Brown.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
All right, Ms. Watlington?
Sure, I just got a few. First of all, mine are all around. I agree in principle that this is a great option. I think it's innovative, and I think we need to figure out what needs to be done to make it work. I'll just put my questions out there, some for the follow-up report, in the hopes that we can get some answers on these things as we look at the details. My first question is around enforcement of visitors. I hear what folks are saying about the restrictions around renters or tenants, but what is the thought about how to enforce parking restrictions on visitors? Colin, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I'll take that one. I do want to say, from our standpoint, we are able to confirm when you move in that you do not have a car. You do not own a car. The issue is there's always a rule breaker, and somebody will buy a car at some point, and we won't know that until somebody makes us aware of that, because it's not like the Register of Deeds or the North Carolina driver's license folks will notify us. And we do not have any way to enforce what visitors do and where visitors park. We will have some excess parking that is available for visitors, but we will not be able to monitor visitors.
Okay, so then,
and I will just mention that we this type of project attracts someone who wants to buy into an alternative type of transportation, and so the hope is that they would respect their friend who they are visiting and adhere to that. We have 6 parking spaces as shown here, and then there's also ride share and drop off parking spaces as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that may work for people who live in town, but if folks are visiting from out of town, they're not going to Uber from Greensboro. But point taken, I think there's some work to be done in that regard. So I'm assuming then, based on what you said, that there is no on-site management that can enforce this. The next question that I have then is, how does this, I know we keep talking about people wanting to move here because they're choosing a carless or alternative transit lifestyle. How then do we expect to market to folks who need affordable housing, who may not be able to afford a car at the time they move in? I just struggle because I think there's a potential barrier to upward mobility, because if someone moves here because they need affordable housing and don't happen to be able to afford a car, if they were able to get a raise or they were able to get another job, well, now that creates a situation where they've got to find somewhere else to live because now they can afford a car, which we would hope people are able to move up the socioeconomic ladder. So I'm not a fan of the restriction in the deeds in that you've got to be evicted if you achieve some level of success and can afford additional cars. So I'd like to look at that one. I'm also concerned about that because in perpetuity, if this parcel is sold or if the thinking or the business model changes, what protects us from 5-10 years from now, all of this requirement going out the window?
Well, there's nothing that would necessarily protect us 10 years from now. Mm-hmm. And the reality is our goal is that we attract people that would love to have their economic mobility grow because they've got a direct access. They have one of the most beautiful commutes that exist in Charlotte to and from downtown, where the highest concentration of jobs is and where the highest paying jobs are. So providing direct access there. But the reality is 10 years from now, I don't think this will be controversial. What will be controversial is the developer that wants to build parking. The world is changing, and with autonomous vehicles coming, just look at the last 5 years, how much we've changed in Charlotte with scooters and bikes and transit. I really think that we're not talking really far out in the future before this becomes pretty commonplace.
I appreciate that. I do think, though, that what you just said goes back to what I feel is a disconnect between folks who need affordable housing and the people who are working uptown that can command high enough salaries to buy a car if they wanted to. The last thing I will ask about this one is it possible then that we can use other methods or other means of enforcement, something as simple as a no parking sign along the neighboring streets? Because that is something that is not specific to this particular property, but it could achieve the same end if the goal is to keep cars off the street. Just food for thought. I'm wondering what other existing signage or means of enforcement.
Councilmember Wilding, we mentioned that we did outreach last week. We mentioned that, the main issue of, I guess, worst case scenario, people drive cars and they park them on the streets. We do have in town that are resident parking only, parts of Dilworth. And we said to the community, if this is such a concern, I think you could pursue that with the city of Charlotte, an outcome that works. Because I think you and Mr. Winston have made good points, and Rob didn't come into this saying, hey, no cars. That we're trying to right of providing affordable housing, not spending all the money on the car storage. But as you hear, we're getting robust concerns about people parking on the street. So we're trying to find that way, and maybe your idea about resident parking is a way that we thread the needle.
Yes, that's all for me. Thank you.
And I'd like to just one other comment, just real quick, that I want to make sure it's clear that 50% of the apartments are restricted for folks making below 80%. But if you start making more than 80%, you don't ever have to move out of your apartment. It's only when you decide, hey, I really want to change my lifestyle to a car-driven lifestyle that you would need to move.
Understood.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. This is a very innovative idea, but I also mirror what Ms. Watlington and also Mr. Winston said about the economic mobility for individuals. If there were someone that moved in this apartment and then got a better job or and had to commute farther, then this would create a barrier for economic mobility. I'm also concerned that about the lack of enforceability from the city's perspective. If it's not in the notes, if this complex were to be sold to another management company, or the idea were to change, and is this actually a backdoor way of developing something without parking? And it's not very long ago that there was a development or petition in front of us. I think it was a restaurant that had all of this seating but limited parking spaces. So I think we as a council need to, while we want to be progressive and consider alternatives to transportation, we also have to be cognizant of considering the reality of the current situation, and that we do need to consider parking in our petition. So while I'm all for affordable housing, I want to say that we can't get dazzled by it. In the words of Councilman Driggs, we can't get dazzled by the buzzword affordable housing if it's not going to work logistically. And this may, but I think the lack of enforceability, is this going to burden the residents with on-street parking eventually? And that's been the outreach from the residents, is that concern. So if we're not actually able to enforce the no car, does that place a burden on the residents, and does some parking need to be considered realistically for this development?
It's a good question. I think that's a policy decision. I mean, we've talked a lot about affordability. Obviously, we could not deliver this deal 50% affordable and the market rate affordable with a parking requirement. So I think that's it's a council level decision. Tell us where the priorities are. If the priority is on parking, this development would not go forward. I think you would see this site redeveloped. There would be ample parking on site, and the units would not be affordable. So this is the back and forth. That's the hard question. We realize we're not bringing an easy one. But the push from the majority of council had been for developers to bring innovative solutions, and this is what we're proposing. So happy to continue talking and take the lead from you guys.
Well, and I would just say thank you, Councilman Johnson. I mean, I understand the concern, but I want to make sure it's clear to everybody. If you vote down this project, you will actually be doing me a favor. This is not an economically viable project, even without parking, because the reality is construction cost is too expensive to build affordable housing in urban Charlotte. And we are doing this through impact funds that is allowing us to accept a much lower below market return on this project. And so we felt like it was a nice innovative opportunity to try and experiment. But, if Charlotte is not ready for it, you're not going to hurt my feelings. We just thought it was a nice opportunity to try it.
And it is a great opportunity, and thank you for the innovation. We do need private-public partnerships, but just the reality of the logistics. If we're able to enforce that, if we can sustain the model. So it's just something we have to consider. Thank you for the attempt. Thank you for the petition.
All right, Ms. Ajmira.
Oh my goodness.
I know everybody's going to speak, though. I think we have 3 people left. So, 2 after Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a different perspective on this petition. I had lived in downtown LA where there was no parking in multifamily. So I know we are so caught up in this full parking that we are missing the big picture here. And that is that there are over 8% of our residents that do not own a car. There are many folks that are moving into our city from throughout the nation that do not own a car. They're looking for a place that they can live without a car. And over here, Councilmember Eggleston mentioned how this is close to public transportation. There is a Gold Line connection or the stop nearby. So there is a public transportation options. And most importantly, this development provides 50% affordable housing with no request for public dollars. But I understand the concerns that have been raised by neighbors around parking, and I understand that those are some valid concerns that have been raised. But we ought to focus on this new group that do not own a car and don't intend to own a car. So I know that this is a new concept for many of my colleagues and even neighbors nearby, but we have to make certain decisions, not out of fear, but out of courage to do something different that is going to help us tackle affordable housing goals. It's going to help us tackle CEP goals. It's going to help us tackle transportation goals. While I understand the whole concern around how the enforcement will be and so on, I don't think we should be in the business of policing the neighbors and when it comes to parking issues. But we got to look at the big picture where there is data that clearly shows that not every Charlottean owns a car. Not because they just cannot afford it. Some people just decide not to have a car. And they want to live close to public transportation and they want to take public transportation. So this really gives us an opportunity to think outside of the box and try something new. I certainly applaud petitioners' courage to propose something different and creative, and that includes affordable housing. This is the first development I have seen where there is no parking involved, and that takes a lot of courage because developer is taking risk, whether there is going to be demand for it or not. So I think we got to try. We got to try a new concept. We are growing at such a fast pace. It doesn't make sense for us to penalize residents who do not have a car just by allowing parking spaces that may not ever get used. So I'm looking forward to having continued conversations with residents that have raised concerns around parking. And hopefully we will be able to come to solutions where we can explore some creative ideas and creative projects like this. I do have one question. I think that was already addressed by one of my colleagues. And there is another item that I wanted to just see in the design that Mr. Brown, I'll follow up with you after maybe tomorrow or sometime later this week. I know that there was a request by one speaker around market research. I would be interested in seeing what does your market research tell you about demand for this kind of development here in Charlotte? And if you'd be willing to share that with one of the speakers who had requested it.
Mr. Graham, followed by Mr. Driggs. Mr. Graham?
Mr. Brown?
I'm sorry. I think Clay might have the better answer on the market.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. I wasn't sure. I was waiting to see if Eric wanted to lean, but we track all of our parking, and we're seeing a steady stream of folks who are no longer owning cars, and so we have now rolled out a program where we give you a $50 discount on your apartment if you no longer own a car. And that is starting to gain traction because I think you pointed out correctly, I have to charge everybody $250 more per month if I'm going to build that parking, whether they own a car or not. And so we're happy to share the data we're seeing. But it is historical data. But what's more important is the trend. We used to build 1.5 cars per bedroom 10 years ago. We were building 1.2 5 years ago. We were building 1 2 years ago. Now we're not building, we don't even provide 1 car per bedroom on any property we build anywhere in the country. And we're doing more and more on Mint Street. Our project will only have 0.6 cars per bedroom. It is absolutely the trend. And the biggest trend you'll see is just in driver's license. It used to be 80% of 16-year-olds had their driver's license. Today, less than 60% of 18-year-olds have their driver's license. These young folks aren't interested in owning cars and even driving.
Thank you, Mr. Grubb. I think if you can provide that data, a market research report to some speakers who had requested it, and I think that might get them to be more comfortable with this new trend that we are seeing. There was one more item that was raised by one of the speakers around height. And I know Mr. Brown had addressed it. There is already a development there that is, by right, is the same height as this development or maybe even higher. So staff, could you speak on the height where potentially could there be a development by right where it would be at the height that is currently proposed by the petitioner or even higher? Could you speak on that, staff?
Sure. The by right height, from what I understand in the area, would be 40 to maybe 45 feet. This is 7. So we were looking at a higher building than what would be allowed by right, by at least 25 to 30 feet.
So the proposed development proposes at higher height than what it would have been allowed by right?
That's correct.
Okay. So can you tell me what is the height it proposed? I'm sorry, I didn't follow actual numbers. So what is the height currently allowed by right, and what is the petition proposing?
Sure.
I'd have to go back and look at either if it's 40 or 45 in R8, which is what's adjacent next door. And then we'd be looking at a building height being proposed here that you can see on the slide, 62 feet. The plans call for an allotment up to 70 feet. So we are looking at a higher height that would be allowed through this rezoning than what's allowed by right, at least on by right in the neighboring properties.
Got it. So I know this is a concern that was raised by one of the speakers, rightfully so, especially with a lot of single-family homes nearby. So question for petitioner, would you consider any change in the height to satisfy the concerns that were raised by several speakers?
So we've already reduced the height of floor, and as Dave mentioned, our rezoning petition currently requests 70 feet of height. This is a more refined drawing that we've developed since our revised plan that shows a lower height than 70. We need to spend some time, and we can do that following this meeting to see if we can get that lower. But I think then, if you're at 58 58 feet at this corner, and we've got, as you've seen, can have 40 next door, and I'll confirm that. We're trying to get those closer, and we'll talk with the design team and see how much we do need as a maximum.
That would be great if you could work with the speakers in addressing that issue. I think that's a valid concern that they are raising. But other than that, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Graham, followed by Mr. Driggs, and I think that would have been everyone. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. I want to thank the petitioners and those on the opposite side for their participating in democracy. Visited with them on a number of occasions. This is in the heart of District 2. And so the saying that all politics is local is true. Once the development is built and leased, it's the residents in the close proximity of the development, the local residents who live there, work there, play there, will feel the brunt of it. I'm very familiar with the site, a frequent guest at Blue Blaze Brewery. So I know the site quite well. I know the narrow streets along that property line. I know the property really well itself. I know how residents are moving into that sector of the city. I am very familiar with the housing prices on them, as well as some of the parking issues that they're experiencing now on-street parking, and know from my perspective, the restriction for resident parking only is not something that I don't believe is in our near future over there. So my first question is, the petitioner made a number of amendments to his project. Was this done prior to your not recommending it, or are these new amendments that you have not considered as of yet?
Thank you. No, this recommendation was based off the plan that we've got in front of us, which we see that it looks like they've done some further refinements from what they submitted for public hearing. But no, our recommendation was based on the latest site plan that was submitted to us for review, which includes the 104 units, 6 parking spaces, those 104 units, building height of 70 feet. Those were really the key characteristics that we had concerns about and were the basis of our recommendation. But like I said during our presentation, we look forward to continue to work with them, see if we can continue to refine and find some common ground with the community. But as it stands, that's where our concerns lie right now.
Okay. And I guess Victoria was really good. I think she's reading my mind on all of her questions, because all of her questions were ones that I had. And I really didn't get a good response on the guest parking. 104 units, it's a Friday night. A third of the units have one guest only. Where do they park? And to suggest that they should adhere to the lifestyle of the person that they're visiting does not hold a whole lot of water for me. So petition to help me understand again, picking the residents parking off the table, help me understand in reference to how can 6 spots handle 32 guests on a Friday night? And where do they go? Where do they park? How do we account for that?
Well, I don't think it's...
First, I was going to say, first of all, we're going to make sure they all go to Blue Blaze first. And Blue Blaze will have to figure out their parking, and then they can just walk home. But now, I mean, at the end of the day, it's impossible to know how to police the visitor parking, and so that's a legitimate concern, and we do not have a good answer for it, and I don't think we can come up with a great answer for it. But the reality is there's going to be a significant amount of nighttime amenities that are built across the street. Blue Blaze is just the start of what is to come, and I anticipate there'll be a fair amount of parking that will come with that. And our folks will be patrons there. And so there will be opportunities for those folks to probably leave their cars late night after walking home.
And I don't think it's different, from a visitor parking perspective than where we have in other areas of town that are in demand. In NODA and Uptown, there's not visitor parking when I visit my friends in those areas. I know that if I'm going there, I take an Uber. I don't think it's uncommon, and to think that we might be able to provide visitor parking for others is just impossible. So I don't think that's unique to this site. I don't think that visitor parking is unique.
But it's fair to say there's a number of opportunities for on-street parking over there, right?
If I'm in those neighborhoods, I don't drive, and I think that's very common in a lot of our neighborhoods.
I understand the response that it's not direct answering the question, but I get it. I understand it. I'm not at all anti-development on this site because I really like it too, right? I think it makes a lot of sense for a wide variety of reasons. The affordability is something that I can't ignore, but I, as the district representative, I can foresee the future on a Friday, Saturday night when the phone blows up because people are parking some illegally, and I just need to be able to wrap my head around, notwithstanding the novelty of trying to create an environment where people can live that lifestyle, take the Uber, or walk the trail, ride a bike, all those things that I think council in the past and this council wants. I think Mr. Winston is right. I think, we can work where we can get less cars off the street in a responsible way that respects those who want vehicles. I think we ought to do that. I used the code word responsible way, not that this petition is irresponsible. It just leaves a lot more questions than answer, and I really want to vote for it. But I'm still struggling after going out to the site. I told you guys I would visit the site again, and I did. My blueprints with me that you guys gave me. I'm still struggling to imagine on a Sunday, again, even with 20 other apartments have one guest, two guests. It's going to create a scenario where I think some of the concerns of the community is valid. Now, some of what I heard, and I guess it's from the community leaders, the Cedarsville Community Organization, that's not the neighborhood association, is it? Or is it another group? I think they spoke earlier, probably about an hour ago. So
are you talking about, Mr. Graham, are you talking about Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, the Cedarsville Community Organization. Is that different? Is that different from the?
No, yes, that was Viltus. I think those two persons represented. I don't know if they're still on the line or on the call, and we'll have.
Hi, this is Viltus. I'm with the Cedarsville Community Organization. What was the question?
Is that the same as the neighborhood association, or is it different?
Right. That's the same as our neighborhood association.
I just want to make sure. Okay. All right. So, so a lot of questions. I love the project. I think it makes a lot of sense. Just goes into detail. I wish we can really sharpen our pencils again. And I'm not making any for or against tonight. But I wish we can work with staff to really find some common ground on the guest issue, which is the $1 million question that I have not heard a good response to. Councilmember Wallington talked about the outward mobility. I don't think they should be restricted from not buying a car or having a car. I think that's reaching, but that's just me. And I think the ratio of cars to apartments, 6 to 104, leads me to my first question about parking in general and specifically guest parking. I'm open to learn a lot more. I'm very open to the concept. I love to meet with petitioners one more time and have them, again, obviously meet with staff, because I would love to have a staff recommending that we do this. But right now, that's a negative, and that's a concern that I didn't that I share with them. I think that speaks volumes too. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor.
Can I get Mr. Driggs to go ahead and finish? I think that he was just saying that Mr. Graham, I can't tell who's talking right now. Who's on? I wanted to call on Mr. Driggs.
Right. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
I hear another voice. Did somebody else want to speak?
I think, no, it's Mr. Driggs, please.
Hi. I like creativity. Again, it is consistent with things we're trying to achieve. I will note that owners are taking the risk on whether there's demand for this or not. The agreement the tenants have to enter into is entirely voluntary. So the deal they're being offered is you can pay less for your apartment if you don't have a car. And I think to be worried that they should then be allowed to have a car and still pay less for the apartment is sort of contrary to the whole concept. And the fact is that average length of stay in apartments, as I know from my district, can actually be pretty short, a couple of years. A lot of owners don't like apartments because they say there's so much turnover among the occupants that the renters don't have the same community commitment that owners do. And that's not anything against renters, but I'm just saying that turnover statistic would be interesting to know, because I don't think moving from the apartment when you can no longer avail yourself of the lower rent in exchange for having a different car is an unreasonable burden. If the enforceability thing doesn't work, and all of these concerns have been raised, and the problem I have is you haven't really solved anything or created anything new. All you've done is shifted the parking problem from the tenants to the neighbors. And so we need to know that this compact is real, and that the result is going to be that people will choose to live at this place that are happy not to have a car and really don't. I can think of too many ways it would be easy to circumvent that requirement. You could have a car and park it a couple of blocks away, and I wonder how long it would take before anybody realized you were doing that. Or you could be using somebody else's car and not have one registered in your name. So I'm really worried that if the enforceability of that provision is actually the crux of the whole thing. I did live in New York, in Manhattan, for 7 years. A lot of people didn't have cars, and with the kind of public transport that was available there, that was considered very normal, and it was pretty typical, especially for young professionals, to move into an apartment they could afford, and then as their circumstances improved, moved into a better apartment, or sometimes several people would live together and one would move out. But I don't think this is going to cap anybody's mobility, and so in that respect, I would not oppose it. I will note that in spite of the trends that Mr. Grubb pointed out, with the scooters and everything else, the truth is the traffic on our roads is still getting worse. So yes, we should be motivated to look for ways to get cars off the road, but the suggestion that the market is kind of headed in that direction, or is visibly kind of scaling back their use of cars, to me is not observable. I do think it's important to note that rideshare companies are an important factor in this. My son lives in Seattle, and he has a car, but he rarely uses it. So if you have an environment where the availability of ride shares is pretty dense, and you can get a ride share within a few minutes of calling one, you can go for a lot of rides in the course of a year and still pay less than it costs to own a car. I would just suggest, by the way, to the petitioner that maybe establishing the presence of a car rental office somewhere near this location would help to have people who occasionally need a car have a means, like for moving for things, shifting furniture around or whatever. You might have that as part of your overall design. My question finally was, I'd like to know what the rent comparables really are on this. I mean, 80% of AMI for a single person is still, I'm not sure what the single person AMI number is. For a family of four, it's 75,000, 60 something. So you're talking, even for the stabilized units, I'm guessing $1,200–1,400 a month. And so 80% is not that low a cap. And I would be interested to know on a per square foot basis. Hold on. All right, I won't keep people waiting while I look at that. But just want to know on a per square foot basis how much that really represents in terms of the difference between the market price you're able to charge for the market price units and what the subsidized units will be going for. And I will follow up and study that data. Thank you. Mayor, I'm done.
Who did not ask to speak. So with that, I guess, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All right. Mayor Pro Tem. I have a motion. I'm asking you to say yay to closing the public hearing. Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem, Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Winston? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
3, 4, 5. I need one more. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Is there anyone opposed to closing the public hearing? All right, so the public hearing is closed by unanimous vote. I want to do a check-in with the council. We've got a number of people that are still on the list, and I looked at the the number of hearings left. I think we have a total of 17 additional hearings to listen to hear tonight, or on the agenda tonight. The next 1, 2, 3, 4. The next 4 will include the remaining petitions with opposition. So if we can get through 1, 2, 3, 4, then we can. It's 9:15, and then we'll just see how we go. But I doubt seriously if we're going to get to 40, all the way from 37 to 42. But we're glad to try it. But it's 9:15 now, so let's just see where we are. I just wanted to do a check to make sure everybody was aware where we stand, or listen, or sit.
Mayor,
yes.
You ordering a pizza?
Can I come to your house? I suggest you just go rob the fridge right now. Okay. All right. So the next petition is 27, petition 2019-182 by Carolina Center for Recovery for approximately 9.9 acres located on the west side of Statesville Avenue. The current zoning is light industrial. The proposed zoning is institutional conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of technical issues to site design. We have 3 speakers: Nick Tosco, Chris Doyle, and Stephen Overcash on this. So if you're still there, we'll hear from you after the staff presentation. You will have 3 minutes because you have no opposition. All right, Mr. Patine.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2019-182, just under 10 acres, Statesville Road and Gibbon Road, just on the other side of I-77. Next slide. Zoning forward currently is I-1. The proposed zoning that we're looking at is an institutional conditional district. The current land use recommendation for the area, next slide please, is also from a Northeast District Plan 1996, also calls for industrial uses. You can see the zoning and land use match up fairly well with the general area. Again, this is for an institutional plan or zoning district. The plan calls for just under 50,000 square feet. We're using the building that's already on site for a health institution. does commit to limiting those uses to just a health institution. We do have access to site via existing shared driveway off Statesville Road. We do have significant buffering, Class B buffers along the southern, northern, and eastern boundary, and lighting capped at a 25-foot height requirement. The staff does recommend approval of this petition. We have some technical issues related to site design that we need to get ironed out by the zoning committee. It is inconsistent. We are looking at industrial recommendations for this site, but again, institutional is looked at to accommodate some changing needs. And for this being a health institution, we don't typically get specific recommendations where those may be best suited. We do feel that it's compatible with some of the similar uses or the industrial uses that are in the area. Don't have any real significant concerns from that end. And we, like I said, we do recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions following presentations by Mr. Tosco.
All right, Mr. Tosco.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. Nick Tosco with Pointer Sproul, and I am here on behalf of the petitioner, Carolina Center for Recovery, LLC, or CCR for short. The CEO of CCR, Chris Doyle, is with us as well as the architect for the project, Stephen Overcash, and they'll be there to answer any questions. They're not going to speak, but here if the council has any questions for them. Just to give you a little bit of background about CCR, they're a state licensed and accredited substance abuse treatment facility. They're privately owned and operated. They've been providing substance abuse treatment for the past 3 years for Charlotte area residents at a facility in Matthews, and they're looking to expand to provide a much needed set of services closer to the city core. However, they only have 20 beds at their Matthews location, and their phone is literally ringing off the hook, so they need a bigger facility. CCR worked with multiple parties, including city staff, to find a site that would work for everyone, and this is the site off Statesville Road that they found. If the site plan is there that you can see right now, CCR originally filed a conventional rezoning in December of last year to change the zoning for the entire 23-acre site, but they heard from neighbors and businesses, and we've had conversations with Councilmember Graham, and we decided to change it from a conventional rezoning to a conditional and only 9.9 acres. And that was to allow more comment from the community and so that we could restrict it with a site plan that shows exactly how we intend to use it, which, as Dave said, is just to reuse the existing building. We've had good discussions. We had a good virtual community meeting, hosted a tour of the site as well for some of the community members. Based off the feedback, we've agreed to limit the capacity of the facility to no more than 100 beds and to coordinate security with the adjoining property owner who shares a driveway on the site there. So as you heard, there's no real outstanding issues, and thank you for your consideration. And I'm happy to answer any questions, as well as Chris Doyle and Stephen Overcash.
All right. Do we have any comments or questions for the staff or the petitioner? Mr. Driggs? Mr. Driggs?
Yeah, I think I just left my hand up.
Okay. Anyone else tonight?
So, Ms. Ajmira, but she could have also looked.
Ms. Ajmira? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a question?
Sorry, I didn't lower my hand.
Okay. With that, do I have a motion without any questions from the council? Anyone else? Could I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
And a second? We have a second? All right. All right, so we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Is anyone opposed to this public hearing being closed? Hearing none, it passes unanimous to close the public hearing. Thank you. All right, our next petition is item number 28. It's a petition 2020-32 by Bridgewood Houston Property Company for approximately 1.4 acres bounded by Royal Court in Moorhead, east of Euclid. It's in District 1. It's current zoning is mixed-use development district optional pedestrian overlay. The proposed zoning is mixed-use district optional pedestrian overlay site plan amendment. The staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues. This is a contested position, and we will have the staff presentation, and Mr. McVeigh will have Ms. Jim Hepburn, Nate Doolittle, Roger Manley, and then we will have a Robert Bush in opposition. So we'll start with the staff, and the proponents will have, petitioners will have 10 minutes, and Mr. Bush will have 10 minutes with rebuttal. Let's go ahead and get started.
Okay, thank you. 2020-032, 1.379 acres on Royal Court, East Moorhead. Next slide, please. To give some context, and then we go into, we can go to the next slide. And then we can go into the zoning district. This is currently a MUD-O pedestrian overlay. It is currently zoned MUD-O. We're looking at a MUD-O with a site plan amendment, and we'll get into the details of what that requested amendment is to the site plan. It is part of the Midtown Moorhead Cherry Plan that does recommend mixed residential, office, and retail uses. Next slide. The proposal itself, as we mentioned, is a site plan amendment. Currently, the site plan that's on file was for office uses in a building up to a max height of 160 feet. Essentially, we're maintaining the office provisions that were part of the previous rezoning, but this project is looking to propose a different end use, and that use would be for those age-restricted community with up to 220 units within the building. And then if that doesn't come together and move forward, then we would still be able to go with the 195,000 square feet of office uses and ground floor retail and other MUD uses that was approved back in 2008. So again, this is just for one singular building, 160 feet in height, which was approved back in 2008, and really looks to use that building rather than office to get office and retail, to really just look at 120 multifamily units that are age restricted. We do have architectural guidelines. We do have 8 and 8 side planting strips along East Moorhead, as well as streetscape improvements along Royal Court. We do have some illustrations for trees to be preserved along East Moorhead, and also to talk with a certified arborist to determine some health of the existing trees in the right-of-way along East Moorhead Street, and how we can maybe preserve some of those. Can we go to the next slide, recommendation? So staff does recommend approval of this petition. As we've mentioned, there's just a few issues related to site and building design and transportation that we're still working through. It is consistent with the Midtown Moorhead Cherry Plan for residential office retail uses. And as we said, we do recommend approval, and we're happy to take any questions following presentations by Mr. McVeigh and then the public.
All right. Mr. McVeigh, you have 10 minutes to coordinate. Mr. McVeigh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen. Jeff Brown of our firm and I are assisting Bridgewood Property Company with this rezoning petition. On the call with me tonight is Jim Hepburn with Bridgewood Company. Also, Nate Doolittle with Land Design and Roger Manley with BB&M. They're part of the development team. Next slide, please. I do want to thank, before I go on to the next slide, I do want to thank Dave and the staff for their assistance on this petition. We will be submitting a revised plan early next week to address those remaining issues. We think those are fairly easily resolved. Just a little bit of background on the Bridgewood Company. They've developed over 4,700 senior living units across the United States. The principals in the firm have over 30 years in developing that type of product of communities. They specialize and they are solely focused on building, again, senior living communities, both age-restricted, both independent living facilities, assisted living facilities, and memory care facilities. The facility that will, or the community that will be developed on East Moorhead would be an independent living facility. Next slide, please. These are some examples of other communities, residential communities, age-restricted residential communities that Bridgewood has developed throughout the country. The community built on East Moorhead would be of a similar quality. Next slide. The typical amenities that are part of the independent living facility that Bridgewood builds is concierge service, formal living rooms, dining rooms. They do provide up to 3 meals a day for the residents of the community. Most residents take advantage of that twice a day, with dinner being the most popular meal for residents of the community. They also have a bistro, a town hall, a movie theater, fitness, indoor pool, some outdoor terraces, a beauty salon, and they also provide the residents of their community with transportation so they don't have to drive. And they do find that a lot of residents, once they move in, actually don't use their cars once they're part of the community and to get acclimated. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of aerial context where the site is. I think Dave touched on this as well. East Moorhead Street, conveniently located southbound, along East Moorhead near the YMCA. Royal Court Condominiums is to the north of the site across Royal Court. This is a great location for this site. This is the type of location that Bridgewood looks to build their communities in close proximity to uptown, in close proximity to neighborhoods. There's an expectation, and we believe, we're hopeful that some of the residents of the Dilworth and other surrounding neighborhoods will actually be the future residents here, folks that are looking to downsize or move closer to existing grandchildren and families. Next slide, please. As Dave mentioned, this site was rezoned in 2008. It allowed the site to be developed with up to 195,000 square feet of office with ground floor commercial uses. That would generate about over 2,000 trips a day. Next slide, please. The site, as Dave mentioned, about just slightly over 1.3 acres, currently zoned Motto optional. The proposed site plan amendment will allow the age-restricted residential community. Next slide. Proposed site plan, I think Dave touched on a number of these factors. Up to 220 units. Building will front on East Moorhead Street. Maximum height of 160 that was previously approved, does not exceed that. Access will be, will be from Royal Court, 2 access points. Existing street trees along East Moorhead will be preserved. And by going to an age-restricted residential community, the actual number of trips on the site is reduced to no more than approximately 860 trips per day. So more than a half of a reduction in the number of trips. Next slide. Thank you. Some of the benefits we see of the rezoning: it does allow residential use on the site, adds housing diversity to the East Moorhead corridor, supports some of the other commercial uses that are in the area. It does, by providing this different type of housing, age-restricted housing, it does allow aging in place for the residents of the nearby neighborhoods where they can move to this community and still be in the neighborhood where they've lived for the last 15 to 20 years. Fewer trips per day, as I mentioned earlier, and then does make streetscape improvements along East Moorhead and Royal Court. Jim and Nate and Roger are available to answer questions, and we're happy to answer any additional questions from the council. Thank you.
Is he on? He was?
He's no longer on.
Okay, I think Mr. Bush is no longer, I just want to check. I don't think that Mr. Bush is any longer on the phone or on the line. So with that, we'll have no rebuttal since there's been no opposition. Then we'll open it up for council. Mr. Bush?
I'm on.
Mr. Bush? I heard you. I heard him.
I'm on.
All right, Mr. Bush, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Lyles, member of the council and city staff. I'm Robert Bush. I'm the vice president of the Royal Court Condominium Association Board. We're a community of 107 homes completed in 2009 that is directly across Royal Court from both the proposed Bridgewater development as well as the Hanover development that is on the western side of that block that you'll be looking at next month. We had hoped for retail and restaurants, but we are welcoming both Bridgewood and Hanover to the neighborhood. Both developers have been open with us and have shared preliminary plans. We're generally pleased with the architectural and proposed finishes, but we do have a concern about the Bridgewater proposal that we think must be addressed before, and because of that, we're opposing the rezoning request. Our primary concern is the location of the proposed service entrance to the Bridgewater development. That would be waste removal, recycling removal, food deliveries, moving trucks, along with other regular delivery service vehicles. That proposed entrance is directly across what is a very narrow street, Royal Court, from our building's front door. Literally, you walk out our front door and you would see right into the loading dock. While aesthetically unpleasing, we also feel that it would create a significant bottleneck and frequently cause street blockages with move-ins and outs, deliveries, trash pickup, and the impact on street parking along Royal Court. I've listened to your long conversation about street parking, so I don't want to get too much into that. But we do have challenges already with street parking, and it's primarily due to people who work in the area, especially on the other side of Moorhead Street, who park on our street because it's free. And so we have communicated with the city several times in the past year about trying to get a conversation about some sort of permitted parking like the city utilizes in Fourth Ward, because this neighborhood it's about as close as you're going to get to the center city without being in the center city, and we know that that sort of impact is coming. Our last comments would be that we really think that the planning people on the city staff and the zoning board committee should look at both of these developments, both the Bridgewood and the Hanover development together, to make sure that they are not creating problems for each other with the site that affects us because we're the closest neighbor. We are pleased that Hanover has listened to us and has moved their service entrance to Euclid, which will then have no impact on Royal Court. And we think that with a better design, that Bridgewood could do the same by moving their service entrance to the further east part of Royal Court and not be directly across from our entrance. We want to be good neighbors. We want to have great development around us, and we appreciate your time and listening to our concerns. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bush. Mr. McVane, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate Mr. Bush's comments, and we appreciate him and his residents giving us time to discuss the petition with him prior to tonight's meeting. We understand his concern about the loading dock area. However, when the site was designed, we did not want to have a driveway on East Moorhead Street. We felt driveways on Royal Court allowed for a safer access to East Moorhead versus the driveway on East Moorhead, since access would be very Royal and Euclid, one of those being a signalized intersection. That's also consistent with the Headscape plan and the Midtown Moorhead Cherry area plan, which is looking to enhance the pedestrian environment along East Moorhead. We felt having a drive on East Moorhead would be counter to that, and that's why the design of the driveways are on Royal Court. I would note that the Royal Court entrance service drive will have gates. They will be architecturally, there'll be more than just plain gates. We will enhance them. It'll be a small element of the building. Unfortunately, it is on a portion of the block or the site that is closest to Royal Court condos, but we are trying to minimize its impact by design elements It will be closed when not in use, hopefully, and again, not frequently used. It's not the main access point. The service drive, once folks move in, that's not a daily occurrence. It won't get as much use, so there will be opportunities to maintain that as a closed access point. So again, we think the building and the treatment of Royal Court will be an enhancement over what's currently there, which is a surface parking lot and a warehouse building. And we'll do our best to make sure we integrate well with the residents of Royal Court condominium. I'm glad to answer your questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I ask, how many parking spaces are there in the development?
Nate, can you help me with that in terms of number of parking spaces?
I'm probably going to kick that to Jim or Roger to give the exact number. I do know that we have a lot of history with the amount of parking in their facility.
I think Roger can answer.
Yeah. Okay. Right now we're looking at close to 250 parking spaces inside the structure. We're not counting on any street parking. And there are some provisions on the site plan where we're looking to possibly, expand street parking for the Royal Court, usage. But our uses are going to be strictly internal parking, about 248 to 250 right now.
Is that for staff and the residents?
Correct.
Because there are 220 units, and I think Mr. McBain said that you provide transportation. We just finished a long discussion about cars and transportation, and it just seems like that's a lot of parking, and it's a pretty big parking deck in that area. So just something I would think would be a concern. Okay, so do we have any other questions about this petition?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Isolt?
Yes, thank you. So I do have some concerns about the parking. You said that the 240, whatever it was, parking spots are for residents and for employees, but developments like this also can have a lot of healthcare workers that come in, and I've seen this with my mom lives in a place like this, and we just moved her in, so I learned a lot about it. And they have to hire their own healthcare workers. So even though it's upscale, that doesn't mean that they've got the people that can take them to their PT, that can take them down to the workout room, whatever it is. So the front lobby, the front parking of her place, for example, the parking lot's always full with people coming in from the outside, whether it be family members or visitors or healthcare workers. So I do have concerns about not having enough visitor parking. I don't know if that interior parking would also be able to accommodate visitors or people that had permits to be able to come in to the building that are working with residents but aren't necessarily employees of the company. And I don't want to see that burden go on to Royal Court. So is that a possibility, that interior parking can also be open to visitors? It does sound like it's a lot of parking for...
Absolutely, ma'am. It is open to visitors. Specifically, the ground floor is really meant for the visitors, family members coming, staff. There are a number of different places for staff to park, as well as the healthcare workers that will be going in and out. I think Bridgewood has a long history of understanding kind of the parking dynamics of their communities. What they've found is that when residents move in, they may bring a car, but after a while, probably after 6 months, after not using it for so long, they end up getting rid of it. So there is, in their minds, very adequate parking inside the structure for visitors, staff, and residents.
Okay, thank you. So this parking, is it below ground, below grade, or is it?
It is at grade and also above grade. So the first level has all our active uses on Moorhead, and then we have visitor spots on the ground floor, and then you ramp up to 2 levels plus of structured parking and then our residences start above there.
And so is it wrapped, or are you looking at the parking deck?
Well, we could flash to the image, kind of conceptual image of the building. It's not a wrap. It's actually kind of stacked on one use stacked on top of the other. So the ground floor is a combination of parking and lobby. It's support space, and then above that are 2 levels of parking, and then above that is all the amenities in the residences. But it's all kind of clad to look like one building.
Yeah,
So from
the parking is integrated into the building, Councilmember.
And so if we could flash back to either our rendering or we look at some of Bridgewood's previous projects, they've done the same thing there as well, where it doesn't look like a parking deck. It looks like just one building.
I don't know, Wendy, if you can go back to our presentation. I think the last slide or the 4th slide I think is what Roger's trying to get to. One more slide.
So that's the ground floor right there. So if you look at the 2 levels above the ground floor, that's where the parking would be.
Okay, I
But
guess
it's integrated into the. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I want to see a better rendering of that. I don't think that we've always kept our eye on what actually gets built. I can think of a building over on the corner of Croydon and Selwyn, a 4-story building that was built right next to houses. And you look straight in at the garage and you look at the spray foam on the top with all the pipes, and it's really nice. And we say that it has to be screened with landscaping, and those end up being 18-inch bushes. So I would want to make sure that residents don't, like at Royal Court or whatever, are not looking in at a parking garage. And I would also like to see if you can do the loading and unloading from within the deck instead of outside.
And actually, to be clear on that, all the loading and unloading is on the inside of the building. It's just a door, 20-foot wide service door that is on Royal Court that, will be, and we've already kind of shown some examples, I think, to the Royal Court Association of an upgraded kind of service door, whether it's glass that's kind of frosted out, or it could have a mural on it. That's the only thing that they would see. All the operations would happen inside the building. The trash, the move-in, food deliveries.
Okay.
If you go to the previous slide, I think it shows that. If you go to the previous slide, I think it illustrates what Roger's saying. The deliveries are all drive into the building and all the maneuvering occurs in the building. Royal Court is only the ingress and egress point. I don't know when they can do it.
I think Ms. Isold had a question.
Well, I just want to ask you, any of your other buildings, are they built like this so that we can see what that ground level parking looks like?
Could we flash to the Bridgewood slide that shows their other properties?
I don't know.
Yes, when you could.
I think it's third one.
One more
back. There we go.
There it is.
Roger, if it's okay, I'll speak to these since I know most of these projects. This is Jim Hepburn with Bridgewood Property Company, and thank you for allowing us to present to you this evening. The building that's on the right there, the Village of Southampton, that is our latest property here in Houston. We just opened it about a month ago. The first 3 levels of that building are parking garage, and as you can see, it doesn't really look like a parking garage. The entrances are on the east and west side of the building. The entrance into the ramps up into the parking garage are gated, and the perimeter of the garage has windows put in it, so it basically blends in with the rest of the building. The building that is Tanglewood up on the upper left, that has parking garage that is actually below. All of that first level is actually parking. All of these buildings have a parking structure within them, and they're all pretty well hidden from view. It's common with our projects that we always have to put, particularly when we have projects like this that have a relatively small footprint, we have to put the parking garage on the first few levels of the building. We're hoping here not to go underground. It looks like we don't have to, and so that half of that first floor is working for visitors and staff, and the next two levels, the full footprint of the building is parking.
Okay, thank you. I just have one last question either for staff or for Mr. Bush. There have been some stormwater concerns that have plagued the Royal Court condominiums. Is this, Mr. Bush, does this concern you all, or is it coming from a different direction? Because we're putting more impervious space in here. Is that going to make it?
That block is part of the block is pretty impervious already. Okay. And so our real problems are the water that comes down Moorhead Street from the west, and there is no collection point between the Dowd Y and approximately McDowell. And so the water comes down Moorhead Street and turns onto Euclid, and then turns onto Royal Court and turns on to East Hill Street. And then actually, if it's a bad enough rain, it runs into our parking deck that opens onto East Hill Street.
Okay, so that's.
We sent written comments as well, and there is a discussion of stormwater in the written notes.
Is there, so this question, thank you, Mr. Bush, this question's for staff. Is there, considering that we've got this Bridgewood project and the other one on the docket, is there anything that can be done for stormwater in that area there to improve the overall situation? Because it looks like it would end up at Bridgewood as well. So it's already a problem for Royal Court.
Yeah, that's certainly a question I think that we're going to need to pose to folks in that department as a follow-up, part of the follow-up report. Just not knowing how they would kind of look at those in times of permitting and sequence. Now that we've got two developing properties that are right next door, we've got some other projects going on within this area, the Moorhead, Royal Court, and then just a little bit further up Moorhead as well. So I think that's definitely a question I'd like to pose to them and get you some information in the follow-up report. I just wouldn't be able to answer that in any great detail for us tonight.
Okay, thanks, Dave. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Dave, the staff report says that you have 3 projects coming up, a 300 multi-unit and some office and retail and another one. So Hanover as well as Overlook and this one. I just want to make sure we are coordinating this, and especially around those issues like stormwater. I have one more comment. Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to be quick here. We've got another petition coming down the agenda or so tonight, too, that's just up the block here. So I do hope that on a couple of fronts, these are coordinated, and that coordination probably led by the city. We've got the 2 that Mr. Bush has referenced. We've also got a smaller petition, item number 32 tonight, just up the block. But part of that corridor that Mr. Bush has referenced is where a lot of the stormwater pressure is coming from. I know we've got some water projects, infrastructure projects going on in this corridor right now, but I do think that it would be helpful to have more of a 30,000-foot view from staff about the infrastructure improvements we are in the process of doing, the infrastructure improvements that would come along with these handful of developments that are coming before us for rezonings right now, and how we think we can improve that situation, because I've spoken with Bush on multiple occasions. They were already having these problems, and obviously it would be valid to be concerned that they might get worse, not better, as some of this additional development happens. The other thing is, I believe, if I recall correctly, Mr. Bush and I have conversed also at times about the parking on Royal Court, and part of that being that as construction was occurring on the other side of Moorhead, they were seeing construction workers using their street as a place to park and walk across. If we've got 2 or 3 relatively parallel developments going on for large tower type projects, the amount of construction workers on site, as both of those go on simultaneously, could be very significant. And prior to either of those having their parking structure built at the base where people could park as they build up from the parking during those construction periods, especially the beginning phases doing the foundation work, could be a significant impact here. And so I think we've got to account for that, and we've got to do it with a collective view of not just one project or the other, but both in tandem. And to Mr. McVane's point about a curb cut on Moorhead, I think everyone would agree that is not ideal, not something we want. What I heard Mr. Bush saying was more along the lines of shifting the entry and exit points of your property, of the building, as far southeast on Royal Court as possible. If he said anything about putting it on Moorhead, I didn't hear it. I don't think anyone would support that. But if there is a way to shift those in the design, I think that's where he was trying to nudge you towards. And Mr. Bush can correct me if I'm wrong there, but I do hope as a staff.
You're correct, Larkin. That's exactly, we're saying that that's exactly what the Hanover people have done, and we think that that can be done on the other end of the block.
Right. Yeah, so definitely don't want to consider any more head cuts. But,
Councilman, this is Nate Doolittle with Land Design. I just wanted to respond to a few of those items. We've been working with CDOT pretty extensively on all three projects being coordinated. There is some nuanced site distance issues on the Royal Court curve that we've worked a lot with CDOT about where access should occur, not only for parking and aesthetics, but for safety concerns. So that drove a lot of the discussion. I'm sure staff can help download you on. Regarding stormwater, a few things to point out. One, Moorhead's a state street, so city projects on NCDOT roads are a little nuanced, so I'm sure they can tell you about that. But we will be piping all of our drainage for both projects, so a lot of the sheet flow coming off those properties currently will now be piped. That'll reduce any overland flow that's currently occurring. But these projects at an acre or two are really a very small percentage of the overall drainage area, but I think piping them will have a positive effect instead of a negative one.
great, thank you. So yeah, I do hope that, that staff, particularly CDOT, will continue to work, and I know you've been engaged with Mr. Bush and residents at Royal Court. I hope we'll continue to do that to explore what options we have for them, as well as the new tenants that would be in these buildings once they come online, because it will create some complications there, and I think that we've got to figure out what the best way to address those is. I don't necessarily have a preference for what that is, but would defer to our experts in transportation to help figure out that answer alongside the current residents and the future residents of that street. But unless anybody else has any questions, I will move to close.
Do we have any other questions? No hands are up. So I have a motion and do I have a second? Second to close the public hearing?
Second.
All right. So with that, we'll just go through it. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
So is there anyone that opposes the closing of the public hearing? Hearing none, that passes unanimously to close the public hearing. The next item on our agenda is agenda item number 29, rezoning petition 2020-050 by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Housing Partnership for approximately 10 acres located on the west side of Park Road. It's in District 1. The current zoning is institutional conditional. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. So with that, we have 5 speakers, Ms. Grant, Ms. Sickley, Ms. Porter, for, and Ms. Conti and Ms. Wilson against. And so we'll hear from our staff, and then we'll go to Ms. Grant.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-50 is 10 acres on Park Road. It's the YWCA site most of us are probably familiar with. Next slide, please. Next two. Currently, the property is zoned institutional CD. If they're looking to propose a MUD optional rezoning for this piece of property. Next slide. Adopted future land use is from Parkwood Lawn Area Plan 2003. It does recommend institutional uses. That was due to the zoning petition in 2004 that amended that land use plan. If we take a look at this slide and on land use again, please. If we look at this slide just real quick to give some context, the residential densities around this, we're looking at 12 DUA just to the north of the site, or just onto the top here of the site, 17 DUA just below, 8 DUA and 6 DUA across the street. This petition, if we go to the next slide and we get some of the details, we're looking at 104 multifamily residential dwelling units being proposed, maintaining the existing institutional uses, as well as the existing 11 attached multifamily units on the backside. So that gives us, let's say, about 115 multifamily units on a 10-acre site. So we're looking at about 11 and a half DUA. If we look at it in context with the other land use recommendations out there outside of this institutional pocket, it's consistent with those land use and density patterns that we see in the area. Just wanted to point that out as we continue to talk about this slide and the proposal. We do have 6 buildings, 80 feet would be the height limitation for those. We do have landscape areas to provide some buffering between some of the developments on either side of the property. We have open space amenities to be improved with landscaping and hardscape areas, seating areas. Architectural design standards have been proposed, which would include different types of building materials and facade variations. We do have an optional provision that would allow parking between the building and the street, as generally shown on the site plan. That would mainly be in this proposed building area right there along that private drive. Staff doesn't have any concerns with that optional provisions being requested. Next slide, please. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There are no outstanding issues on this petition as it stands, so we do recommend approval of it, and we'll be happy to take some questions after the project team's presentation and the public's presentation. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Grant, you have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Thank you for your time this evening. Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen, and I'm assisting on this rezoning with Jeff Brown. We are thrilled to be working on the collaboration of the YWCA and the Housing Partnership to bring affordable housing units to their YWCA site on Park Road. I'm here this evening with Kirsten Sickley with the YWCA and Julie Porter with the Housing Partnership. Our team also includes Camilla Robinson with the YWCA, Fred Dotson, Liz Ward, and Karen Batten-Ballas with the Housing Partnership, Catherine Monroe and Alberto Ceballos with Housing Studio, Sean Tooley and Jenna Young with Land Design, and of course the Moore & Van Allen team. We have done this presentation a few slides fairly quickly.
I think we froze. We're good.
Oh.
Keep going.
I was just going to say we're very excited to be here, and I'm going to hand it over to Kirsten Sickley.
Great. I'm equally excited to be here, and thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. We feel that this project, which this rezoning will allow to happen, advances the YWCA's mission of eliminating racism, empowering women, and promoting peace, justice, freedom, and dignity for all people. Our YWCA in Charlotte has been providing safe, decent, and affordable housing for over 100 years. And when we were given the Park Road property in the early 1960s, we chose to move our headquarters from uptown Charlotte to what was then the suburbs on Park Road. And we built that facility with 66 units of housing. For those of you familiar with our programs, you would know that we have our Women in Transition program, which supports up to 66 women in housing while they seek to move on into permanent housing. And then we rezoned the property in 2004 to allow us to build 10 units of housing for families in transition from homelessness or housing instability. We have a strong track record in supportive services and housing outcomes. And yet, while affordable housing has always been difficult for our members of our Women in Transition program and our Families Together program to identify, in the last few years, we kept hearing from them that it was harder and harder to find housing they could afford. even when they had eliminated debt and made savings. Bridget, next slide. I think our community has come a long way since we went through that rezoning in 2004, and that our neighbors have a better understanding of who needs affordable housing. We're very excited that this project, we wanted it to be 100% affordable housing, and we wanted it to focus on the lower end of the income scale, 30 to 60% of area median income. And so who needs affordable housing? When you think about it, we have our elderly neighbors living next door at Marywood. People who work there need this housing. We have children being cared for 2 doors down at KinderCare. Those workers need this housing. We have people handing our Chick-fil-A out the drive-through window at Park and Woodlawn. They can use this housing. And we have people ringing up your groceries at the Harris Teeter at Dilworth, working through this pandemic, I'll add, and they need this housing. So we're very excited to be working with the Housing Partnership. We have worked with them before on our projects, and we think they're the preeminent affordable housing developer in the Charlotte region. So with that, I would like to hand it over to the President and CEO of the Housing Partnership, Julie Porter.
Good evening, Mayor Lyle, City Council. I am very pleased to be presenting this evening. The Housing Partnership is a nonprofit organization. We recently celebrated our 30th anniversary providing affordable housing solutions in Charlotte. Our mission is to develop affordable housing, create vibrant communities, and provide opportunities for strong futures.
Ms. Porter, could you speak up a little bit?
Yes. In addition to developing affordable housing, the Housing Partnership also provides financial literacy and coaching, home buyer education, and foreclosure counseling, and more recently has taken on rental and mortgage assistance as part of our region's COVID-19 response. We are thrilled to partner with Kirsten, the YWCA, its board, and donors on this new affordable housing community. We will be applying for 4% low-income housing tax credits with the state this far, and the development will include 104 units. And as Kirsten mentioned, it will serve various AMI levels for families at 30%, 50%, and 60% AMI. Now I will turn the presentation over to Bridget Grant with Moore Van Allen to discuss project specifics.
Thank you. I think we're all familiar. This conditioning process is a process that supports increased community engagement, certainty on the use with the intention of raising the bar on design standards and adding public benefit. Dave did a good job of describing the site and where we are in the corridor. So I just want to again highlight that why we're doing affordable housing here, it makes sense. We are on a public transportation route on Park Road. There's another route on South Boulevard, as well as the light rail. We have proximity to neighborhood services, grocery stores, drugstores, and restaurants are all in the area and in close proximity. In addition, these neighborhood services and the many churches and childcare centers and shops provide the employment opportunities. It was envisioned that the redevelopment of this site would retain some of the open space that has set the character for the site for years. In fact, the buildings are going to be placed around that open space. You can see from the site plan, we oriented the buildings to keep a very large tree at the center of the site. And you'll notice that the scale of the buildings that we're proposing are not too dissimilar from the buildings to the north of your page and to the south, the adjacent residential at Hillside West, or the retirement community to the south, Marywood. Getting to the nuts and bolts, it's an institutional change to MUD. We're keeping the existing buildings and proposing 2 new buildings. It's a total of 104 new residential units that are all affordable. We're maintaining the existing tree and improving the pedestrian experience along Park Road. We're providing structured parking in the larger building that's adjacent to Hillside West. We've included architectural commitments as well as a new entry to the YWCA. And the land use, while not exactly consistent with the adopted land use policy, does fit into the land use of the surrounding character. These are some of the images that we shared during our community meeting. We didn't include them in the actual rezoning package, but we included them to sort of give you a context idea of the proposed buildings are not taller than the existing YWCA building that you can see in the background. It gave you an idea of the size and the scale of the buildings that were going to be proposed. that we have architectural commitments that are in the notes that give attention to the pedestrian level details. These images also reflect that we have the maximum building sizes, sidewalks in front of them. We included some cross sections that are not always easy to read for everybody. But we wanted to show these because this gives you a good idea of where the existing large tree is at the center of the site. The darker shaded building shows you how tall our proposed building is going to be next to our drive aisle, and then also next to Hillside West, which is shown on the right side of your screen. So a lot of attention was given to keep the scale of the buildings complementary to the surrounding environment. And I've got those there if there are more questions about them later. This last slide is just about site access. After our community meetings, and I think we had 3 with varying groups in the neighborhood, we determined that we were going to go ahead and replace a portion of the existing fence that's along our shared property line with Hillside West and look at contemplating that first entrance at the top of your page, switching from a full movement to a right in, right out only just because we're on the curb. And hopefully, if everything works out, we are trying to partner with the city of Charlotte. We would love to see a traffic signal in this location as we're aligning on Towns Road to support safer pedestrian and traffic access in this location. With that, I'm going to close by saying we appreciate the support we received from the community to date. We have no outstanding issues, but we do intend to file a new plan a week from Monday to address that fence condition that we're committed to, and we're happy to answer any questions when you're ready.
Thank you very much. I was told that Ms. Wilson is no longer on the call. I guess it's gotten a little bit late to wait. Ms. Conti?
It's Pat Conti.
Conti? Ms. Conti?
Yes.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Mayor Lyle, City Council, and the Zoning Committee, thank you for all you do for Charlotte. I'm asking you to vote against rezoning the YWCA for 104 low-income Section 8 apartments. I'm concerned about this, as are my neighbors, and I'm against it for the reasons stated below. I attended the WebEx rezoning meeting May 27th and another rezoning meeting on June 3rd just for Hillside West. Both were hosted by Bridget Grant from Moore and Van Allen. I appreciate what the YWCA is doing in making affordable housing available. However, when I bought in Hillside West in 1998, the YWCA only had rooms for women in transition living in the upper floors of the YWCA. Now the YWCA has 66 units of housing for women and 10 additional townhomes for families through its Women in Transition and Family in Transitions program, with which we supported. In addition to that, the landings at 1147 Marsh Road at Park Road has 92 one-bedroom units for low-income seniors 55 and over. And that is just, within a block away. And I was not aware that that was low income. Next door to the landings is Savannah Woods that has 49 low-income apartments at 3124 Leaside Lane off of Marsh Road. We are already surrounded by so much affordable housing. I did not know in 1998 when I bought my townhome that the YWCA was going to use all their available land next door for low-income housing. Why is more affordable housing being added to our neighborhood? Affordable housing should be fairly dispersed through Charlotte. Townhomes are selling in the $350,000 to $450,000 range, and we have to deal with the increase in crime and the decreased home values that come from 200 plus low income and Section 8 individuals. Some, we were told, may have prior criminal backgrounds living right next to West Slope and Park Slope Drive. Is the YWCA going to compensate us for our decrease in home values? No, they are not. We had an increase in crime when the transitional housing for families was put in behind the YWCA. We had to put up a fence between the properties, and it was a joint expense between the YWCA and Hillside West, but we still had car break-ins and occasional home break-ins. We also had prostitution on the corner of Marsh Road and Park Road. The YWCA is not managing this property. They're using a third-party company to manage the property, and the manager will only be on site Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., not weekends and weeknights when the craziness happens. He stated there will be no on-site security and will need to call the police if there are any issues. The YWCA cannot ensure that drugs, alcohol abuse, violence, and the crime that comes with it will not increase from the residents in this apartment building. The YWCA said they are replacing the fence between the properties, but they cannot extend it to Park Road so that the residents just need to cross the driveway and they are right on our property due to the positioning of these apartments so close to West Slope and Park Slope Drive, or just go a few feet down on Park Road on the sidewalk. There will be a big increase in traffic. It is already very difficult to make a left turn from Park Slope Drive onto Park Road. This will add 104 more units and at least that many cars. They said that a traffic light will be requested to be added in front of the Y, but there are no guarantees on that. It's already difficult to make a left turn. Now with all these additional cars from an underground parking deck, it will even be harder. The traffic light doesn't necessarily help us at Hillside West if there are many cars coming out of the YWCA property. And I don't really understand why this apartment building is being built right on Park Road and right next to West Slope Drive. They positioned it, if you look at the rendering, there's a driveway and then basically West Slope Lane. And they left the open area in the middle. So this apartment building is basically right on top of us. And it is horizontal to West Slope Lane and Park Slope Drive. I think the explanation was the location of the street in and out of the YWCA, the entrance. They could certainly move it over so it's not right on top of us and make it smaller or more manageable to start. There is a 2-story parking garage under the underground and then 3 stories above the ground, which is consistent with the YWCA height, but it's not consistent with the height of our townhomes, which are only 2 stories. So they will have 3 stories above ground and we will have 2 stories, and they're going to be right next to us, pretty much, with a street in between. There's no real buffer around, adjoining our properties. They said they couldn't put the fence, they couldn't extend the fence between the properties. I am frustrated. Oh, also they're taking down all the trees except that one 59-foot oak tree. So we'll lose all those trees, those beautiful trees on that property. I am frustrated with all the low-income housing, the increased crime in my neighborhood, and how every inch of available space is being built on. I found it interesting that people who approve of this project live in Myers Park or Dilworth, where there is no affordable housing. I would have no problem with this project if it were elsewhere in Charlotte. Can we not leave some green space in Charlotte and not surround my neighborhood with low-income housing? We're already surrounded as it is. Hillside East, Marywood, KinderCare, and Parkwood Knolls, we're not aware about this project, and at least the people I talked to, they weren't notified, which I believe is they're legally supposed to be notified as we were. And so I'm asking you to delay the approval until those properties who just found out about it last week could arrange to have meetings with the YWCA and get their questions answered, because they are as concerned about I am as we are. We've got elderly senior citizens, we've got small children at the KinderCare, and these are adjoining properties. Again, I'm asking you to vote against the rezoning for the YWCA for 104 low-income apartments, or at least to consider a smaller apartment building, which is more centrally on the property, to see how it goes. This is a lot of people. It's 1, 2, 3 bedroom apartments, all congested, in one building. And that's all I have. Thank you.
You have 2 minutes for a rebuttal, Ms. Grant.
Thank you. There's a lot to unpack there, so I'm just going to hit a couple things. We are pleased to be part of a team that's supporting housing needs for all of our community. And we did follow the city's notification list, which, as you know, some of the neighborhoods have to sign up. So we've tried to make ourselves readily available to address concerns from community members as quickly as they've come in. We aren't aware of any issues surrounding increased crime in the area. We did reach out to the community coordinator and offered to share their information as well. And I think Julie Porter is probably happy to answer any questions regarding the management of their sites. I think that their reputation has proven that they do a phenomenal job, and I'm happy to let her answer any management questions.
Obviously, our third-party managers have a lot of experience with affordable housing. If council has questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I think I'll leave it there.
Okay, so I have Mr. Eggleston followed by Ms. Johnson.
Well, I'll apologize in advance because my blood pressure is slightly elevated now. I do agree with Ms. Conti about the need for a stoplight there. And I do hope that CDOT will work with the petitioners and work with the neighbors there. I think that would increase the safety on that site significantly. That I will advocate for. But I've not heard the argument before tonight that the area surrounded by Freedom Park, Dilworth, Sedgefield, and Park Road Shopping Center is flush with affordable housing. And frankly, I don't accept the premise that people who are working class are drug-ridden criminals. And I don't think that most people that live over there feel that way. And frankly, I'm pretty frustrated by that narrative. And I think that I certainly have a lot of faith in what the YWCA's commitment to this project is, what the Charlotte Housing Partnership's commitment to this project is, and to the work they'll do to make sure that it's an asset to the community, not a detriment to the community. The fact of the matter is we've got a need in this community of over 20,000 affordable housing units. They're going to have to go everywhere. And anyone who maybe needs to learn more about what affordable housing is, who it's for, it does not decrease your property values. There's a lot of incorrect information that was just shared, and I don't have time or patience to correct it all tonight. But I think that a sit down with the Charlotte Housing Partnership folks, with Ms. Porter, which I know she'd be more than happy to do, could probably clear up a lot of the misunderstandings there. So I'm committed to helping make sure that we can get a stoplight there if possible. am not going to stand by while people paint low to moderate income folks as criminals and drug addicts and say that they don't want them in their community. I have maybe in 2.5 years never heard NIMBYism laid out so bare and so clear, and it kind of pisses me off. And that's all I've got for that.
Thank you, Mr. Eggleston. Ms. Johnson?
I think Councilman Eggleston said just about summed it up. I just want to say that when I heard about this at the YWCA's luncheon in February, I was excited to hear about it, and I am as excited to hear about it tonight and to be able to support it. Thank you for putting faces and job titles to the AMI so that people do understand who we're trying to serve. There is a housing deficit, and that's why it's important to have an equitable distribution of affordable. That includes Myers Park and Dilworth and Ballantyne. This is why, so that the property values increase together. So thank you for this project. This is how you improve economic mobility, by breaking generational cycles and giving children and families exposure to better neighborhoods and better schools. So I am excited about this. We need more of this. And thank you. I'm looking forward to supporting it. Thank you.
All right. I don't have any other hands up. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I just threw my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't get it. All right, Mr. Winston?
I just want to say thank you to the YWCA, thank you to the Housing Partnership, and thank you to Mr. Eggleston.
All right. Now, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All right. All right. Ms. Seisel, Mayor Pro Tem, to close the public hearing?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Susan Perry, a friend is picking me up.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
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 All right, do I have anyone opposed to closing the public hearing? Hearing no one opposed, the motion to close the public hearing is unanimous. All right, it is now 5 before 10. We have one more contested public hearing, and then I would assume council would be willing to have the clerk read the motion for doing items number 31 through 42 at the June 22nd meeting. So we're going to try to go ahead and do the last public hearing with opposition.
And Madam Mayor, Mr. Alt is not on the line anymore.
All right, and Mr. Alt is no longer on the line. If you've gotten your speakers list, so he's no longer on the call, that means this is a regular item. Okay, so we can go ahead and do this regular item then. All right, so petition number 30. 2020-002 by the Drakeford Company, approximately a half an acre located northeastern side of Vail in District 1. The current zoning is multifamily with 22 units per acre. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional with 3-year vested right. Staff recommends approval of the item. And so we'll have the staff presentation, and then Mr. Drakeford, Mr. Harakas, and Mr. Bouchon will have 3 minutes to reply, and then we'll, unless the council decides to go further, we'll end the night at 10 or around 10. All right, Mr. Batten.
Thank you. Staff, do we have our presentation queued up? Yeah, thank you. Doesn't matter. So I'll get us started a little bit. I've got it pulled up here in front of me as well. 2020, there we go. 2020-002, just over a half acre. It's right on Vail Avenue off North Dotcher over in the Elizabeth community. Next slide. We're currently Currently, it's zoned R22 MF, so we're looking at a multifamily zoning district up to 22 units per acre. Proposed zoning for this petition is a UR2 conditional. We do have a 3-year vested rights option being requested also. Next slide. The Elizabeth area plan from 2011 does recommend residential uses up to 22 dwelling units per acre. Next slide. This petition itself gives us 2 buildings containing a maximum of 2 units each. So we're looking at 2 duplexes, so a total of 4 units. That would give us a density of 7.41 dwelling units per acre, well below the requested or recommended density in the Elizabeth area plan. We're getting streetscape improvements, 6-foot sidewalk, 8-foot planting strip along Vale Avenue, architectural requirements, as well as each residential unit will have a 2-car garage. Those garages will be set back 8 to 12 inches from the front wall, so that will give us a little bit more of a decrease in some of those visual impacts along Vale Avenue. We do have a 35-foot swim buffer and post-construction buffer in the rear yards for this petition as well. So a little bit of a challenging site topographically, but again, looking at 2 duplexes, 4 total units on each lot. So next slide. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. As we'd stated, it is well below the proposed density of 22 units per acre and the existing zoning that would allow up to 22 units per acre. This would be an infill project to replace some older structures with two duplexes each, again totaling 4 units. We do recommend approval. Have a few outstanding issues to work through from design and environmental aspects, and then some technical revisions. And so we'll be happy to take any questions following the presentation by Mr. Drakeford and his team.
All right, Mr. Drakeford? Is Mr. Drakeford on the call, on the line? Is Mr. Harakas?
He's there, he's just muted.
Bobby, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you.
There we go.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay. We don't have much to say, honestly. I know it's been a long night and we really don't want to belabor things, but this is basically a PowerPoint presentation we gave to the community. We've had a lot of constructive dialogue, and we could just flip to the next page, and actually the 3rd page would be ideal. Much of this you've already seen. Dave's done a fabulous job explaining it. We've had a lot of conversation with staff and the county about some of the land development issues. Next page would be helpful. One more. So you can see, basically, we just are kind of on the peripheral of the community. We border a creek that does impact our site plan. We're surrounded by other multifamily communities, both rental and for sale. We do have letters from 2 of the neighboring property owners that have spoken and have independently drafted letters that share some of the concepts we discussed. And I think that's in your package. We could go to the next page. Again, it's just a bigger site plan that shows how the creek impacts the property. And 1, 2 more pages, I think, will kind of sum it up. Flip 2 more pages, please. That one right there is fine, just showing that we're much lower than the allowed density. And if you go about 2 or 3 pages back, you could see some elevations, and we'll end with that. That just shows you that we're actually developing less than we're allowed to. 2 more pages will show you the elevations. You can flip, Dave. So these are paired townhomes. This is a representative elevation showing the materials, and very similar to what's in the neighborhood. 1 more page would be good, showing one of the existing similar buildings that South Burbank has constructed, and the final 2 illustrations show some examples, and that's all the time we need. Thank you so much.
All right. So are there any questions for Mr. Drakeford or the staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Bobby. Bobby already knows what my questions will be, most likely. The Elizabeth Community Association, as this is currently presented, their land use committee is not in support of this. They have some minor issues around building materials and wanting to see specific elevations as opposed to representative elevations. But I think the the main issue for them, and if we go back for the sake of my colleagues to see the map that shows the curvature of the street there, or I don't know if that's on our presentation or Bobby.
It's kind
Yeah,
of.
Holly, can you take us back a slide or two, please?
Yes, it's getting there.
I'll continue while we find it, but either way, that's fine. So as people see Vale Avenue there, bends around and turns into Cranbrook, this is what neighbors there consider a dangerous curve already and somewhat blind, and people go down it too fast. So one of the things here that is the primary concern of the folks with the Land Use Committee over Elizabeth and just neighbors in general, and I think the gentleman who was scheduled to speak but is not on would have spoken to this to a degree, is that with the dangerous driving habits over there, the way that that street is oriented and where this site sits, that pushing the houses up towards the road, as this petition proposes, creates a more dangerous situation. And so I think that's something we've got to look at. I think if we were to consider moving forward on this, and I've told Bobby that unless we can find some common ground between him and the ECA on this, that might be a tough lift. But if we were to consider it, I think we need to work with CDOT to determine how we can implement some traffic calming measures along there, because I've heard that concern from multiple folks. About the challenges safety-wise that already exist there, and they think this would exacerbate those. So I know that Mr. Drakeford's staying in touch with the ECA folks. We'll continue to.
Thank you.
And I'm just, to see if there's a way they can meet in the middle, but right now it seems like they're pretty far apart.
All right. Any other questions? Anyone else?
Sorry, I couldn't get my hand up.
Mr. Winston?
I have a question for actually Mr. Eggleston. If this is already zoned for multifamily 22, and maybe I missed the point, but wouldn't there already be a denser by right use for this? So how is that even?
It's not the density that's their concern; it's the setbacks.
Okay.
So there's not an objection to the unit count, obviously, because it's not really changing. It's 4 replacing 4. It's the fact that it's moving up so much closer to the street than the current condition.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. What is the need for 3-year vested rights? I thought we were trying to get away from that.
I
guess that's probably more a question for staff, why you'd be allowing that.
I think that's actually one of the items we're asking to be removed. That's maybe one of the outstanding issues. Let me take a look at the staff analysis quickly. Yeah, we're asking that to be removed. That's one of the technical revisions. It's an outstanding issue.
Oh, I'm sorry then. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
So, Dave, haven't we approved a number of those in other petitions tonight? A couple of 5-year ones.
We've had a few. We try to reserve those more for complex mixed-use projects that may take a good bit of time to kind of materialize. I think Eastland was one, for example, that had vested rights. That's going to be a long-term project. So we try to save them for the longer, large kind of projects. I think Valentine might have been another. Again, that take a little bit more time and complexity to put together. Typically, when we have single-use projects like this, we don't like to necessarily lock those vested rights in any more than the state already allows.
Okay. All right. So, do I have any other speakers? Miss Mayor Pro Tem just finished up. All right. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
So,
Second. All right. Mr. Driggs on the motion to close.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
So is anyone opposing the closing of the public hearing? I would question your sanity at this point, but all in favor, that means we've passed it unanimously. I'm going to have the clerk read the motion that we have to defer the remaining items to move that to the June 22nd council business meeting, which will be a very long meeting as well. All right.
Mayor,
Ms. Kelly?
you will need a motion to open and continue the public hearings for the following rezoning petitions to the council business meeting on June 22nd, 2020. Item number 31, petition number 2020-004. Item 32, petition number 2020-006. Item 33, petition number 2020-009. Item number 34, petition number 2020-012. Item 35, petition number 2020-016. Item number 36, petition number 2020-018. Petition 37, item 37, petition number 2020-026. Item number 38, petition number 2020-030. Item number 39, petition number 2020-033. Item number 40, petition number 2020-025. Item number 41, petition number 2020-040. Item number 42, petition number 2020-064. And Mayor, the clerk we will move all the speakers that have already signed up for these hearings to the new date. And any additional speakers for these hearings may sign up by contacting the city clerk's office no later than 9 a.m. on Monday, June 22nd.
All right, you've heard the motion read by the clerk. Can I have a motion to approve?
Second.
And we have a second. So Mayor Pro Tem, this is a vote on the motion to defer.
Yeah, I just have one question, Madam
Yes.
Mayor. If we defer all of these to the business meeting, and I don't know how big our business meeting is on Monday night, but if we also go past 10 o'clock, then do we defer them again, or what happens? Do we have to get through all 12?
I think that what it works is that the zoning items are put at the top of the agenda, so it would be the business items that would likely get deferred. And because there are no protested petitions, I think we spent an hour and a half on 2 petitions. So without those protests, and I think they go first on the agenda for the business meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, just to chime in, I feel like we can probably get done in about an hour with these. They're all pretty straightforward. We have some conventionals in there. The conditionals are fairly straightforward projects, no opposition that we had tonight. So I feel like we can knock these out fairly quickly once we get into them.
The thing that I would suggest, and this is just because all of the paper that we use for these documents and color printing, can we bring these same notebooks and label them the number that we delayed and start there so that we don't have to have them print up an additional set of documents? Would that be okay with the council?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. So we'll just open the book
Thank you.
to that point where we are and start on item 31 for the business meeting. I will not be at the business meeting. The Mayor Pro Tem has generously agreed to preside for that meeting, so I would just appreciate the time away, and we'll watch it on Zoom or something like that, or whatever we watch it on. Oh, maybe on Facebook or YouTube, Jesus. Okay.
Back to the vote.
I know, let's go back to the vote. We need a motion to adjourn.
Oh, we need to vote on the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we voted on that motion. We didn't? Okay, roll call on the motion. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, that's right, you asked, I said.
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Is anyone opposed our motion to adjourn? Hearing no opposal, the motion to adjourn is, the motion to delay the hearing, to move the hearings to June 22nd is approved. All right, now do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? All right, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Think about it. Okay.
Mr. Graham? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
I'm hearing no one else. Is there anyone objecting to adjourning? With that, the adjournment motion passes unanimously. Have a great rest of the evening, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.